Thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome to GamesMaster, television's first ever video game magazine show, especially designed for people out there who find Pictionary pointless and Kaplunk a waste of marbles. Each week on the show, we'll be reviewing new games, giving away exclusive tips and cheats, and casting our eyes over the latest hardware and software developments. But the biggest portion of our show will be devoted to our 3 special game-playing challenges. So, if you've ever dazzled your local arcade inhabitants with your hard-driving prowess, or simply enjoyed a waggle of your joystick in the privacy of your own bedroom, this is the show you've been gagging for. And now, to go over to our first challenge, I'd like to introduce to you a man who you'll be seeing a lot more of in the next 10 weeks, the ultimate computerized couch potato, the GamesMaster.
Greetings. So, you'd like to pit your skills against one of my little challenges. Commendable pluck indeed. Well, I've decided to be gentle with you, this being our first coming together, and I've plumbed for the decidedly cute Super Mario Bros. 3. Your assignment is to collect 50 coins in 2 minutes on the familiar first level of the World 1. A few pointers. First, don't forget that you'll need to acquire the ability to fly, because only in the heavens can sufficient coins be found. Second, go like the clappers. 50 coins in 2 minutes. Good luck.
And who better to get to grips with the fiendish gameplay of this deceptively cute game than our first contestant, Daniel Blake from Edgewell. Welcome to GamesMaster, Daniel.
Hi.
Now, you are in fact the first ever competitor on GamesMaster, so you're right up there with the first ever block twiddler on Krypton Fighter. How do you feel?
A bit tense and nervous.
Right, now you've practiced the game a lot.
Yes, quite a lot.
So you're quite confident about the challenge?
Well, sort of confident.
Well, we'll all be rooting for you too, Daniel, because it'd be nice to start off with a winner.
Thank you.
So if you'd like to go and plonk yourself in the hot seat, we'll get ready to start the game.
Thank you.
Now, joining me in the commentary box, from Mean Machines and Computer and Video Games magazine, is world-famous computing celebrity Julian Jazza Rigno. Julian, welcome to GamesMaster.
Hello.
Well, we're making history here with the first ever game on GamesMaster. How does that make you feel?
It's pretty good. It's one of the greatest games ever, so a good way to kick off the series.
Right, 2 minutes to get 50 coins. Very, very tough, very, very fast challenge. Daniel, are you ready? Then get collecting those coins. And he's off. So collected coins is the name of the game, Julian. He's knocking them out of these mystery blocks. Is this the best way to go about it?
Yeah, what he needs to do is actually pick up the mushroom and convert himself into Super Mario, which essentially gives him 2 lives. If you get hit, you convert back into the small Mario. What he also needs to do is pick up the leaf, which gives him flying abilities.
Now, where's this leaf going to be then?
On the right. If you can...
Oh my word, there's the leaf, just as we spoke about it. Okay, 25 seconds gone, five coins. Not a lot of coins so far, Julian.
No, what he needs to do is, the raccoon suit gives him flying abilities, and what he needs to do is clear a run-up and then be able to access higher parts of the screen that you normally couldn't reach, which is what he's doing now.
There.
He's going to take a run-up and then fly up into the clouds.
Oh my word, launches himself violently off that, and he's up and he's building up those coins. 12 coins, 45 seconds.
Yeah, there's a lot of coins up here. Basically, he needs to rush along a bit. I don't know what he's doing.
Oh, what's this little thing? A one-up?
Yeah,
is that going to do him any good?
Nothing at all. Completely pointless waste of time. He ought to be collecting coins, considering the time limit.
Okay, 24 coins, just about a minute gone. He needs to keep getting those coins. We cannot stress it enough. But he's flying up and off the screen. Oh my word!
He's trying to reach the pipe, which leads to another secret screen, which is stacked full of... Oh, he's completely messed it up.
Is this curtains for our young challenger?
Well, it's trouble. He needs to access a power pill down here now and convert these blocks into coins. It still won't be enough, so the pressure's on him to actually get up to that green secret area and collect the coins that are in there. So.
Right, he needs 60 more coins. He's got about 35 seconds left. It's going to be very, very close, Jazz. He must get up
he really needs to do this.
And he's slotted in there quite comfortably. Now, he's in a little secret room here. This is going to be enough coins, I think.
Yeah, he's got 50. He's got to come out of here and rush right as quickly as possible.
He's past the 50. He's got about 17, 18 seconds to go. He's really got to run quickly to the right, and he could well make this challenge. He's just going to do it. There's nearly 10 seconds to go, and he's done it! Congratulations, Daniel. We said we wanted to start with a winner, and we certainly did. That seemed like no trouble at all to you, Daniel. Was there any point at all where you thought, I'm not going to do this and I'm going to be extremely embarrassed on live television?
It was just getting the raccoon Mario, and then right at the end I just wanted to make sure that I wouldn't fall down any pits and hit anyone.
Well, the thing is, Since you completed the challenge, you're the first ever winner of what we hope is going to be a more prized possession than all the Oscars, Emmys, Barrys and even Swap Shop Erics put together. You have won the first ever golden customised GamesMaster joysticks. If you take that back to Edgware with you and you can put it in your hand and walk proud and erect through the high street. Thank you very much, Daniel Blake. Now, before we go on to our celebrity challenge, let's take a quick peek at this week's reviews. Each week, our reviews will be linked by a theme. This week, it's time to smear ketchup on your hot dog as we look at movie conversions. First off, on the Mega Drive, flex your pecs with postmodern icon Arnie in Terminator.
It's actually a good game, it's very playable, nice big sprites, lots of exciting explosions and gung-ho action.
There's a lot of digitalised screenshots which are very impressive, and if you had any friends around you could pose with it.
For once, it's a Mega Drive game that packs a real challenge. It's still got the great standard of graphics and sound that you come to expect from the Mega Drive, but it's also got a very high standard of gameplay.
Next up, this week's late night movie is a macabre romp around your Nintendo with the Addams Family.
For the youngsters, it's a good game, and it certainly would give you value for money in terms of playability because it's very addictive, but it doesn't really offer very much original or new.
The NES has a surfeit of good quality platform games. There's all the Mario games, there's DuckTales. So I think more really could have been done with the license than just another bog standard NES platform game.
And finally, butter your popcorn on the PC with Indiana Jones 4 and the Fate of Atlantis.
It's a much more sophisticated game, much more superior graphics, and the depth of the story and the puzzling is all at a much higher level.
It's got all the makings of a Lucasfilm game. If you look at it, the attention to detail, the quality of the graphics, just the humorous touches and the sheer depth are really quite stunning.
Yes, we get the point.
I'd just say it looks like one of the best ever PC adventure games.
Now for this week's feature. George Bush does it, Prince William started to do it, New Kids on the Block do it together, and so does Betty Boo. They all play their Game Boy. However, not content with merely owning the most pleasurable 6 inches of hardware money can buy, Game Boy owners are now customising their beloved handhelds.
I took the skateboard grips, put it on it because it makes holding it much more comfortable, your hands don't sweat so much, and I put the essential Stussy sticker on there.
I'm a toy collector, so I have loads of bits of toy and animation and colourful things. A Game Boy comes into this world naked, and it's just begging to be designed. It's crying out to be scribbled, drawn, smashed up, and designed all over.
If you want some tips about how to customise your Game Boy, and for any other information about the show, you can join our special GamesMaster Club. Details on how to join will be given at the end of the show. So, some sound advice on where to put your pennies. Now it's time for our celebrity challenge, and we'll go over to GamesMaster to find out what it is.
Nice to see you again. I do hope you enjoyed my last little jaunt. Rather a competent player, wasn't he? For my second challenge this week, I thought I'd opt for a spot of football on Manchester United Europe. It'll be a game of 2 90-second halves in which a talented Manchester United formation will pit themselves against the classic skills of Liverpool. I trust we'll all be treated to a display of exemplary gamesmanship.
And our 2 contestants trying to get the ball in the net tonight are Simon Reynolds from Bishop Stortford and his opponent, Wimbledon and England striker, John Fashanu. Welcome, John. Now, Simon, first of all, I see you're wearing a lovely Ipswich Town top, are they? I see you brought all the supporters with you as well. Is this your team or is it just a cruel joke?
It is my team, yes.
My commiserations to you. What kind of tactics will we see from you in the game tonight?
Good, close, clean passing play tonight.
Not a skill?
Oh, yes.
Well, talking
Yes,
about
definitely.
skill, we're now going to your opponent tonight, John Fashanu from Wimbledon. John, how are you going to play the game tonight?
I think, like Simon says, I think the crowd have come here to watch a nice, clean, enjoyable game in a good spirit. I think over the years Wimbledon have built up the reputation of being fair and honest, and that's really just what we want to do. Sorry.
Right, well, we'll see if that all comes through. If you'd like to take your seats, lads, and then we'll get ready to kick off. And joining me in my newly converted pulpit dugout tonight, from Software House Renegade, home of the Bitmap brothers, Tom Watson. Tom, welcome to GamesMaster.
Evening, Dominic.
Now, what's the sort of basic skill you've got to master with Man United Europe game?
Well, quite simply, it's passing. It's all about that, about being able to control the ball with a player and move on and find another man.
Okay then, are our two competitors ready? Okay then, John, kick off. Simon is in the white Liverpool 70s team, playing from right to left. And Liverpool on the ball quite quickly.
Simon got a tackle in straight away there. That's going to be very important for this match.
Okay, Man United Steve Bruce picks it up in midfield. All right. Oh, come on. Oh.
That was a bit unnecessary, I think, Dominic.
Surprisingly, Simon, surprisingly.
So Liverpool show Man United.
Here we have the set-piece system. This is a target which indicates where the ball can go from a set-piece. So John's put it straight forward.
Straight to Crazy Horse
picks
himself.
up by Emlyn Hughes.
Emlyn Hughes picks it up right towards the Man United box. It's picked up by John Tosh. John does it. Rob Steve Harvey picks it up. He's got the bus and takes the shot. And it's saved by Gary Bailey. Quite comfortable there. Gary Bailey flicks the ball out. John Tosh is getting his ankle there. Oh, it's just off the post. Oh, but the Man United defence is solid there.
John's certainly coming in with some good tackling, but I think what both players have shown. Another foul. The referee didn't think that was requiring of a booking. The referee will judge the severity of a tackle and look at it in that situation, whether or not it's a foul or even a booking.
Right, so lines at the free kick, powers the free kick in.
Oh, John hits the post. He's off the bench. John can
pick it up the pitch. Steve Harvey takes it to the edge of the Man United box. He shoots. Oh,
excellent save. John really has to tighten up on his tackling.
Okay, John Tosh kicking up in midfield, kicking up towards the Man United box. The shot.
Off the post again.
Chris Lawyer gets the ball up, sends it to the midfield again. The Man United defence is solid there. Gary Pallister picks up. Oh
no! And there we go. The half-time whistle blows. It's still 0.
Well, it's all very tense here indeed. Simon appears to have been doing the most creative play, but John's tackles have been crunching. If you want to see how the match ends, tune back in after the break. Welcome back to GamesMaster Stadium, where unfortunate Ipswich fan Simon Reynolds is taking on Wimbledon's John Fashanu. The score at the end of the first half was 0-0, but they hit the woodwork several times, so it looks like we're in for a cracking second half. Okay, John Fashanu, of course, playing classic Man United, playing from right to left in the famous red strip. John Tasha plays a nice ball back there. Phil Thompson sends it out to the right wing, but there's nobody there. Man United, oh, Georgie Best picks it up, staying on his feet for once. John Fashanu under the covers again, and it's all Steve Harvey.
Well, what a good goal, Dominic. That really showed how to use the width of the pitch. Some excellent passing, and I think Simon deserved that. Excellent stop there by the defender.
Martin picks the ball up, takes it up the right flank, moves it towards the centre, looking for a player up front. Is he going to pass? No, he takes it himself. He's got in the middle.
He needs to pass, move that ball on. And there's a player on there. Can he make it in? Oh, to hit the bar from 2 yards. Really a lapse of concentration from John.
Very slow, hits the crossbar.
What punishment? What punishment?
John Toshak, what an amazing counter-attack from this Liverpool 1970s team there.
It's 2-0, and just look at the crowd now, Dominic. They really are enjoying this.
And Baxter and Bosch was caught on the hop there. Man United, Dennis Law sends it back. Ryan Robson picks it up. And Steve Bruce gets it again. Steve Bruce going up the middle of the
He needs to move that ball forward. Oh! Come on! I think it may be getting to it. Just a question of pride for John now. Getting on the score sheet.
Stevie Bruce running out the middle of the park. He's looking for a man in space. There's not one. He's got to take it himself. There's a man in space to his left. He ignores him.
He's going straight through. What can he do with the shot?
He gets the ball.
Just tapped into the goalkeeper. An awful waste.
Ray Clemens long up with John Toshak. Sends it again straight to the goalkeeper.
Simon must be very confident that he's going to take Liverpool to victory in this match.
Okay, Tommy Smith picks it up. Tommy Taylor loses the ball. Picked up to Kevin Keegan. We haven't seen a lot of him in the game as well. The referee blows his final whistle. Congratulations, Simon. was all square at half time, but you let him have it in the second half, didn't you?
Absolutely, yeah. We did a lot of research into how Bash plays, and he played into our hands in the second half. You know, the lad's done great.
Now, John, you must be sick as a parrot.
Well, obviously I'm a little bit disappointed. I think the crowd will bear with me. I think they thought it was a goal as well. It was obviously a controversial decision.
Just like 1966 all over again.
Exactly. I don't bear him any hard wishes, so, you know, all the best. I'm not a bad loser.
Okay, well, John's got every right to be unhappy because he's missed out on the chance of our fabulous golden throbbing GamesMaster joystick. So please put your hands together again for our winner, Simon Reynolds, and the gallant loser, John Farshman. And now, each week at this juncture of the show, we enter our consultation zone. If you have any problems with your favourite games, drop us a line about them, and we'll get your queries answered by the man who knows more than anyone, the Games Master.
Hello, Games Master.
Welcome to my kingdom. I am delighted to see you. And what have you got to ask me?
On Sonic the Hedgehog, I heard there's a secret world on Act 3 of the Green Hill Zone. Could you please tell me where it is? I can't find it anywhere.
Indeed I can, dear boy. Though I must admit to being a little surprised that you haven't found it yet. Work through the level until you reach a solid wall. Instead of bouncing over it, however, you can break straight through it by taking a run-up and spinning upon impact. You will then be in a secret world where 6 little rings and an extra life await you.
Thanks very much. See you.
Oh, delighted. Next, please.
Hello, Games Master.
Hello, and nice to see you. Now, what can I do for you?
In Elvira, I can't find the 4-leaf clover I need for casting a spell. Where is it?
Elvira does indeed require a modicum of ingenuity. The clover can be found at the base of the hedge on the way towards the falconer in the meadow. You shall now have all the ingredients you need for casting the propitious surprise spell.
Oh, thanks.
Next, please.
Hello, Games Master. On Simon's quest, I cannot get past Deborah Cliff. What advice can you give me?
To get past the very large wall that is Deborah Cliff, you need to select the red crystal and then kneel down for about 5 seconds. A whirlwind will then appear, which will whisk you across to the other side of the wall. Rather ingenious, isn't it?
Thanks very much. Bye.
And I think that's enough little tidbits for 1 week. Heed my advice until we meet again.
So, some juicy computer tidbits this week. Now for our final challenge, let's see what Games Master has planned.
I thought an old-fashioned Wild West shootout would be a good way of ending the first show with a bang. The game, Mad Dog McCree. In this little escapade, you've been deputized, and your mission is to rid the town of outlaws in order to deliver to freedom the town sheriff held hostage in his own jail. So get your pistol hammer cocked and let's see those barrels blazing.
To play this game, our contestant needs a steady aim but a quick trigger finger. We found him scouring the barren plains of North Wales looking for action. We've roped him in and he's here to play. Please flap your hands fervently for Tony Wright. Welcome to Games Master, Tony. Now, Tony, I look at you and the word mature springs to mind. Is there a gap in the market for the older games player?
Well, the kids don't get a look in these days, really. I mean, a lot of people are going in there to use these machines as sort of stress relievers and so on. It's good after a hard day's work to unwind a bit.
Okay, well, I've had a hard day myself. Let's hope you relieve my tension, Tony. If you'd like to step up to the firing range, we'll get ready to play. And helping me co-commentate from the sidewalk is the editor of Computer and Video Games magazine, Tim Boone. Tim, welcome to Games Master.
Hi, Dominic.
Now, Tim, this is a very special game. Do we have a special challenger there?
Oh, I think so. Mad Dog McCree surely is a special game. It's a laserdisc game in which the idea is to shoot as many of these mean varmints as you can with your 6-shooter. You need to be on your toes all the time, always ready for the unexpected. And I think in Tony we could have a contender who knows his stuff.
Okay, Tony, are you ready?
Ready.
Load your pistol and come out shooting.
Yeah.
Howdy, stranger. We need your help. Mad Dog McCree's gang is taking over the town. The mayor and his daughter have been taken hostage out to Mad Dog's hideout. The sheriff, he's locked up in jail. We're going to have to get him out to help with the gang. Can you help? Good. One more important thing.
Hey, old codger, don't tell me.
There comes the first bad boy. Now, this guy left his own devices with a blown Tony away. There's another one.
Oh, my God.
As I said, they're coming thick and fast.
They do come in very quickly.
That's good shooting, stranger. What I was going to tell you is the keys to get the sheriff out of jail are with One-Eyed Jack. And he's in the saloon drinking. Now go get him.
I see, and he picked them up, man, even though it was very far away.
They're coming from all over the place.
Finish him off with another couple of bullets here, just to make sure.
Yeah, no, this place is full of trouble. Apart from her, she's quite safe.
Be careful, that's Mad Dog's boys over there.
Looking at my keys, stranger? You wouldn't be trying to get the sheriff out of jail now, would you? Chaco! Show him what we did in trouble.
Oh, my God.
Trouble started again.
Oh, and he's down too.
Watch the guys at the
oh, my
table.
God, they're at the table. They're coming at him.
Here he goes. Yeah.
Oh, he's got him as well. Oh, the man in the back, but he's got him as well. Well done, Tony. Brilliant shooting.
5 out of 5. He's now back off to the jailhouse to rescue the sheriff. Now,
behind there. Oh, he's got
bad guys are plenty here. Johnny's his wits about him right now. They could come from anywhere.
Shot him on the posterior there.
I gotta get out of here.
3.
Yeah, and he saved the sheriff. Now, Tony, that was incredible shooting there. Was there any point in the game where you thought, this is a bit tricky?
Well, it's never an easy game, you know, it's always a bit difficult, but it was okay.
Well, Tony, we've got very big news for you. To commemorate your famous shootout at the GamesMaster Corral, we'd like to award you a special coveted Golden GamesMaster joystick. And a round of applause again for Tony Rose! So we kick off the series with 3 winners, but I have a feeling things are going to get a lot tougher. And now it's time for me to don my smoking jacket and have a refreshing cup of chamomile. So I'll see you again in 7 days. Good night. Now for that information about the GamesMaster Club. We have newsletters, free t-shirts and competitions with staggering prizes. The Monk hotline number to call is 0891 600 123. Calls are charged at 36 pence a minute after 6 p.m. and 48 pence during the day. Lines are open around the clock. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you and welcome to GamesMaster, TV's only show devoted solely to video games. So if the sentence Mario got stomped by a green Koopa paratrooper makes any sense to you, you're tuned to the right church. If it doesn't, and you're one of those people who think Game Boy is a young scout doing bobber jobs, then watch on and erase that ignorance. And to get the show kicked off, let's call up everybody's favourite uncle, GamesMaster, for the first challenge.
Greetings, and I'd like to take this opportunity to say how delighted I am to see you again. If you enjoyed last week's challenge, I think you'll find tonight's three little jaunts an absolute hoot. First off the starting blocks, an endearing young fellow by the name of Sonic the Hedgehog. Your task? You have 2 minutes to collect 150 rings or more on the second level of an area known as the Green Hill Zone. These rings are dotted around a tropical landscape plagued with all manners of hostile creatures and booby traps, every one of them intent on thwarting young Sonic's progress. And beware, the slightest collision will cause you to lose all your rings, and the challenge will be over. So, 2 minutes, 150 rings or more. Happy hunting?
And trying to find the rings on this prickly challenge is Alex Berry from Stanmore. Welcome, Alex. Now, Alex, there are a total of 163 rings on this level. We originally set you 150, but you asked it to be increased to 160. Why was that?
Because it was just a great challenge, and I want to show everyone that I'm the master. So.
Right, but you think you can even do that in 2 minutes?
Yep, no problem.
Well, I certainly admire your pluck, young man. It's nice to see such flushing confidence in youth. Would you like to plonk yourself down in our games playing chair? We'll get ready to start. And joining me in the pulpit is a man who knows more than most about this machine. Sega Power Magazine's deputy editor, Neil West. Neil, welcome to GamesMaster.
Thanks, Dominic.
Now, we have a very cocky young competitor here. What advice could you give him?
Certainly do. 150 is tough enough, but 160. Basically, you can whiz through this level very quickly, but you'd miss the rings. There are some very tricky stages, so pick up an invincibility shield before you take them on. That's my advice.
Okay, is our competitor ready?
Yep.
Then, Alex, your 2 minutes begin now.
Okay, off he goes. 4 rings straight away, no problem.
Right, we can see the clock in the top left-hand corner, the number of rings he's got underneath it. So he's on 9. He started quite well.
He's not doing too bad. As you can just see, he curls up in a ball when he jumps, and he can actually kill the baddies. What he's got to watch out for is if he walks into a baddie, runs into one, or just lands on top of one after falling, then he takes a hit. And the problem there is that he drops all his rings. You've got to remember, there's only 163 in the whole level. He's after 160, so he really can't afford to miss any whatsoever.
Okay, well, he's coming up for 30 seconds, just about here, nearly a quarter of the way through.
Okay.
What's this as he
That was a little television screen inside those.
Oh my word, he's
powers.
He just smacked through some walls there.
He did. The one he just picked up gives him speedy moves, making faster. Those two there have 10 rings each, and now he's got, you see he's surrounded by a sort of glow. That's an invincibility shield.
Oh, he's got it at some speed here, isn't he?
He
just missed those spikes. So that was a little bit of a close encounter.
He's doing
Oh my God, he's up on some roof there.
He's just got an extra life and he's collecting rings. He's up to 76.
76 rings, 47 seconds gone. He's doing remarkably well, halfway through the amount of rings.
Yeah, he's doing very well indeed. While he's got that shield, it protects him. He can collide into a baddie and he won't lose the rings. Very, very useful.
Oh, now what's this lovely little spangle sherbet dab around
Well,
him?
he's obviously had his ready break. It also means that he can bump into baddies without having to curl up into a ball. So that's going to help him a lot.
I see, so we're just over halfway through. 109 rings. It's going to be quite close here.
Okay, well, he's got a lot of rings in a short amount of time, but he's taken all the easy ones. He's now got to explore the sort of trickier parts of the level and discover all the ones that are hidden in different places.
Okay, there's another 10 rings here.
10,
126 rings,
up
and he's
onto a
got
catapult.
14 rings left. He's got 35 seconds left.
He should do this.
142 rings left. It's going to be very close. Oh, 150, 10 left.
To find another 10.
10 rings left, 30 seconds to go.
He should do it.
Oh my word, now he's going in here looking for some more rings here.
And
There's another 10. And it's another 160. He's got to get out in 25 seconds. He's out. He's got it. Well done, Alex. Now, Alex, you had 23 seconds to spare. You made it look easy. Was there ever any doubt in your mind?
Yeah, there was a couple of times, because the only way I could get 160 rings was to bash through the wall, and I'm not very good at that, and I thought I was going to mess it up.
Okay, well, as one of our games playing champions, you win the prize that sits lovingly on anyone's mantelpiece, the Golden GamesMaster joystick. Another round of applause for our champion, Alex Berry. And now, while Alex gets to grips with this humongous possession, we're going to take a look at this week's reviews. This week, oil your deltoids and unsheath your weapons as we look at beat-em-ups. First up, on the Amiga, the Bruce Lees of the future give a hearty ki-yi in First Samurai.
It looks very Chinese takeaway, lots of lotus trees and bamboo furniture, but underneath all this colourful exterior there's a real good game.
Features some beautiful graphics, brilliant sampled sound effects, bits of Handel's Messiah thrown in for good measure.
I think the First Samurai deserves a thumbs up because it's a great game with plenty to do and beat up.
Next, also on the Amiga, we enter the murky underworld of Pit Fighter. 3 butch contestants trade below-the-belt action in an orgy of unrestrained violence.
Pit Fighter's less of a beat-em-up, more of a sort of kick the living crap out of everybody up.
It's boring, you don't have that many moves. The computer tends to decide what you're going to do next.
It's not so much counter-attacking your opponent's moves, more just mindly stabbing the fire button and wiggling the joystick seems to be just as effective.
Finally, pulsating pixels of monochrome muscle on the Game Boy with Double Dragon 2.
Cute, safe, nice, cool.
You walk along and you smack people in the teeth and that's about it. And that's quite good fun as it turns out.
And now for this week's hardware feature. Sometimes all there is between gaming success and failure is the power of your handpiece. Tonight we look at 3 of the latest gimmicks which may just turn you from a limp joystick fiddler into a gargantuan games player. First up, the Power Glove, a futuristic gauntlet that translates hand and arm movements into on-screen action.
First of all, you have to enter in specific program code for the game you're about to play. This game here is Top Gun and the program code is number 3, so I'm now entering program 3. If I pull up on my hand, the plane goes down. If I push forward with my hand, the plane goes up. Small movements to the left to bring the plane round, banking to the left, and the same with the right. When I want to fire my missiles, I simply press my index finger, as so. The glove's pretty good to use. It feels like you're more in the game, and you do get a sweat using it.
Next, use your feet as well as your fingers with the QuickJoy foot pedal.
You can set through a control on the foot pedal the buttons on the foot pedal to correspond to the different buttons on the joystick. It was good for the car racing game, and I should think it would be good for, say, a beat-em-up game where you have to kick, but I don't know whether it would be good for puzzle games.
And finally, Terence Conran's favourite, the Sega Action Chair.
The idea is just to move about in the seat as you would move the joystick up and down, left, right, and push the buttons. You can get very physically involved in the game and it feels like you're jumping about and practically everything instead of just moving your hand about pressing the button.
If you'd like any more info on these joysticks or anything else in the programme, you can call the GamesMaster Club. The number to phone will be given at the end of the show. So, a somewhat mixed bag of reviews this week. But not to worry, for now we go on to our Celebrity Challenge. And here to tell us all about it is the biggest celeb of them all, the GamesMaster.
Back so soon? Well, after the whimsical antics of Sonic the Hedgehog, I thought it was about time we tested your physical might. The second challenge is on Sonic Blastman. A megalithic meteorite is careering toward the Earth. You have 3 punches to destroy it and save the planet, a truly Herculean task. The person who records the highest score is the winner. So, roll up your sleeves and remember that the fate of mankind is at the mercy of your fists.
To find the perfect competitors for this unique challenge, we scoured the arcades and gyms nationwide and came up with a perfect competition. British Sonic Blastman champion Paul Turner against one of the most fearsome punchers in world boxing, former British heavyweight champion Gary Mason. Welcome, Gary. Welcome, Paul. Now, Gary, if I could start with you, Paul is a legend in the arcades, both as a brilliant player and a tough street fighter. How are you going to cope against him?
Well, for years everybody's been hearing about Mike Tyson, but nobody knows about Paul, but I have. So I'm prepared for him.
Okay, Paul, Gary's record is very impressive. 36 fights, 35 wins, 32 of which have been knockouts. You must be trembling.
Not really. He might be champ in the ring, but he's not champ in the arcade. I'm the champ.
Okay, well, we look like we've got a bit of a grudge match here. If you want to see if the tough arcade street fighter topples the polished professional slugger, join us after the break. Welcome back to GamesMaster, where we're about to see rough, tough arcade street fighter Paul Turner take on the polished professional punches of Gary Mason. It's a punch-up everybody's been waiting for, so let's call up Paul Turner to take the first punches. And joining me in the pulpit to keep me out of harm's way tonight is Tim Boone from Computer and Video Games Magazine. Welcome, Tim.
Hello, Dominic.
Okay, so who's your favourite then?
Well, I've seen Paul in training and he's looking very good indeed. However, you have to be a fool to bet against Gary Mason, so that's who my money is on.
Well, call me a fool, but I'm going to put my money on Paul, Tim.
You're on.
Okay, so 3 punches to destroy the meteorite. Whoever has the most tonnage at the end of the 3 punches wins the fight. Paul, will you take your first punch? Here he goes, winding up.
Great first hit.
Oh, and a huge hit! 123 tons, Tim.
Fantastic punching power there from Paul. Very surprising. Great punch.
Okay then, Paul, that was a brilliant first punch. Prepare to take your second. Oh, another massive one there, Tim.
Not as good. Not as good. You could tell with the way that the pad slammed down, he hadn't quite caught it in exactly the right place. He'll be disappointed with that one.
So
he needs 124 to smash up the meteorite. He can do it on the basis of his first blow.
Okay, Paul, take your third and final punch. Was that a good one, Tim?
It was a good one, but it wasn't enough.
106 tons.
106 tons.
Didn't destroy the meteorite, but still, very powerful total tonnage.
Very powerful.
Paul needn't be too down about that.
Not at all. This is, in fact, the game at its highest setting.
Okay, Gary, if you'd like to step up and take your 3 punches. So the meteorite's coming down. Let's see what Gary does with his first punch.
I think what Gary's going to try and do, actually, is explore the different punches that he can use. I think probably the first thing he'll do is go for a jab. Let's have a look.
Oh!
Yeah, that was a jab. Now, was it very powerful? Let's take a look. 105
tons. Quite a safe punch to start off with.
But I'm convinced Gary Mason can do better. This time, looks like he's going.
Okay, Gary, take your second punch.
Straight right. Straight right. That should be better. 107 tons. He's looking for the knockout blow, and he needs 138 tons to smash up that meteorite. He needs something very special now.
Okay, we need a big punch here, Gary. If
Big
you want to win,
Gary.
take your third and final punch. Oh, it's a huge one there. Is it going to be enough to smash the 190 tons?
Excellent.
Not quite enough. The big thing is, has he beaten Paul? Gary's total power 331. He's just been beaten by Paul. Paul is the winner by 1 ton. Commiserations, Gary. You had a lovely combination of punches, but it wasn't quite enough on the day.
No, it looks as if losing is becoming a habit for me these days.
If I could go on to the winner, Paul, I mean, that was stunning.
I just done it. It was just on the spur of the moment, and I had to beat him.
Okay,
got to remain a champ.
Now, you've beaten Gary on the game. Can we see a match in the ring between the two of you?
There'll be a rematch. He knows where to find me. Any arcade, any day. I'm still the champ, and that's where I want to stay.
And what have you got to say to that, Gary?
Well, I'll be scouring all the arcades during my lunch hour looking for Paul Turner.
Okay, we'll look forward to the rematch. Meanwhile, Paul, you have won the prize that every fighter dreams of, our special golden GamesMaster joystick. And let's hear it again for the winner, Paul Turner, and our loser, Gary Mason! And now, while I show Gary an alley shuffle or two in the car park, let's find out the latest tips and cheats GamesMaster has for us in his consultation zone.
Hello, GamesMaster.
Welcome to my kingdom. I am delighted to see you. And what have you got to ask me?
After hours of playing on level 3 of Strider, I could not get past the closing rules section without hearing you getting squashed. Can you help me?
Indeed I can, young man. Now listen. Instead of trying to climb up one side of the wall, you should jump from side to side. You will find that your upward progress accelerates, and you should have no trouble reaching the summit before the walls meet.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
Next, please.
Hello, GamesMaster.
Hello, and nice to see you. Now, what can I do for you?
I heard in Super Mario Bros. 3 there's a secret whistle in the first world, which enables you to warp into a later level. I don't know where it is. Do you have any idea?
Do I know where it is? Oh, the audacity of you. Of course I do. The whistle is on level 3 of the first world. But bear with me, because finding it is a little complicated. You will need to jump on top of the 5th block of the level, a white one, then squat for 5 seconds. You will then fall behind the background scenery. Once there, go to the end of the stage, and you will enter a house where the first whistle is kept.
Thanks a lot.
Next up, please, and hurry along there.
Hello, GamesMaster. In Robocop, how do I kill the 2 people at the end of level 2?
Good question. Good question indeed. Actually, contrary to popular belief, you don't have to kill both of these men, as one of them is actually the mayor being held hostage. You need to select the machine gun, and then, whenever the mayor in front ducks down, shoot the man behind. If you shoot him 3 times, he'll release the mayor and come charging towards you. When this happens, punch him, and he will eventually die.
Right, thanks.
Not at all. And I think that's enough goodies for this little session, though I must admit I do rather enjoy my role as agony uncle. Make sure you tune in for our next rendezvous.
So, some juicy computer tidbits this week. Now for our final challenge, let's see what GamesMaster has planned.
My final challenge tonight is on lemmings. The lemming is an exasperating breed of rodent that seems hell-bent on committing suicide. You're charged with delivering a certain percentage of these creatures to safety by guiding them through a tricky obstacle course. But the only way you can do this, I'm sorry to say, is by blowing up some of the lemmings to make holes that the others can fall through. Once a lemming has been programmed to explode, it takes 5 seconds to self-destruct. Perfect timing is therefore required to ensure that the lemmings explode over the sections of the puzzle where there's no furnace. The slightest slip-up will signal a mass lemmis cremation. You have 2 minutes to save 90% of the lemmings. A race of retarded rodents is depending on you.
Now, Lemmings is a hugely successful game, and this is an incredibly tough challenge. So we tried to find one of the best Lemmings players in the country, and we found him in Leicester. Please give a succulent GamesMaster welcome to Robert Clark. GamesMaster, Robert.
Hi, Dominic. It's nice to be here.
Now, Robert, we've said you're one of the best Lemmings players in the country. How long did it take you to complete all 120 levels?
Oh, about 6 weeks.
6 weeks?
Yes.
Now, unfortunately, we only told you were doing this particular level 5 minutes ago. What was your reaction?
I was pretty shocked.
Do you think you can clock it?
I'll have a go.
Okay, then. If you'd like to go and sit yourself down in our pine hot seat, we'll get ready to play the game.
Okay.
Now, we've dragged him back screaming, but back he is, Tom Watson from Renegade. Welcome back, Tom.
Nice to be back, Dominic.
Now, I know Lemmings is one of your favourite games, but this is a very tricky level here we set him.
Well, this is very much a right first time level. He's got 91% to get home. He can afford to use up 6. There's only one style of lemming he can use, which is the exploding style, to get through the floors, missing the fires on the way. It'll really test him.
Okay, well, let's see if Robert's up to it. Robert, are you ready? Then start saving those lemmings. Okay, the lemmings are starting to come out. He's got to guide them to the exit at the bottom right-hand corner just off the screen. Tom, how does he go about it?
Well, what he's got to do, Dominic, is set up a series of timed charges on selected lemmings. You can see the counter working its way down. There are a number of safe compartments on the way. What he's got to do is make sure that all the explosions only take his lemmings through the safe compartments and not the ones with the deep fryers.
Oh, no,
he's losing a few, but he may be all right. Now he's dropping them straight down. He is doing well. Let's see if he's just doing well enough, because it is 91% that he has to get back. It's a high total.
It's very, very tense here. He may have exploded once in a
There's 1 minute 18 seconds down now. He's got 2 minutes. So 1 minute 14. He's probably got enough time to bring them home. It's just, will it be enough? You can see the percentage counter clocking them as the lemmings get home, but it's 91% that we're looking for.
Okay,
he lost a few in the prize.
That's all the lemons out now. It's very, very tense here. We can see the percentage going out in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. It's got to get to 91%. It's going to be very, very close here.
I think he's all right on the timer. It really does come down to this percentage mark. Now, he's just tipping 60. We can see the concentration of lemons at the end where he sped up the release rate.
Right, and the crowd are going wild here. How's Robert going to do it? 74, 75, he's going for 91, 80, 81, 4% off. Commiserations, Robert. You were 1 or 2 lemons away from that. It was very close. Tell us, what went wrong?
Well, the third bomber, I just timed him in the wrong place and went to pot, you know. It's terrible.
Right, now I know that you've clocked the whole game, but is that one of the tougher levels, do you think?
It is pretty tough, yeah. Timing's critical, otherwise you're dead from the start, really.
Right, well, our commiserations once again, Rob, but you supplied us with a lot of sparkly fun anyway. Thank you very much indeed, and you may tread with a weary heart, but happy memories back to Leicester.
Cheers.
Robert Clark. So, with that exhilarating but ultimately fruitless effort, tonight's show comes to an end. Well, it's smoking jacket and steaming jasmine time. We'll see you in 7 days for another GamesMaster. Good night. Now for that information about the GamesMaster Club. We have newsletters, free t-shirts and competitions with staggering prizes. The Monk hotline number to call is 0891 600 123. Calls are charged at 36 pence a minute after 6 p.m. and 48 pence during the day. Lines are open around the clock. Thank you very much, and welcome to GamesMaster. Now, I know it's cold out there, but if you set your chilly bits out in front of this show, they'll thaw out in no time. For this is the programme that is to television what a knob of hot butter is to a crumpet. On tonight's show, we will attempt to unwrap video games from the neon swaddling clothes and deliver news, tips and reviews into the matronly bosom of your living room. But first, our initial game-playing challenge, and here to set it, I must call up GamesMaster from a cybernetic pleasure dome.
Greetings. So once again, you've tuned in to pit your wits against one of my little challenges. You really are gluttons for punishment, aren't you? Lifting us off tonight is a young superhero by the name of Mega Man 2. Your task is to guide him through the satanic Heatman level in under 3 minutes without losing a life. For ultimate success, you need to leap from block to block over molten lava, avoiding all manner of metallic villains. Negotiate secret chambers where blocks appear at random, and finally, polish off Heatman himself, a most troublesome end-of-level guardian. Let's hope this little challenge won't be too hot for you to handle.
This is an awesomely difficult challenge. Down in Heatman's chambers, all manner of things can get scorched. Trying to keep cool amid the heat is our very own Mega Man. All the way from the chilly wastes of Muswell Hill, please give a succulent Games Master welcome to Nick Cairncroft. Welcome to Games Master, Nick.
Thank you very much.
Now, Nick, Mega Man, is that one of your favourite games?
No, unfortunately.
Are you pretty confident about the challenge?
Well, I hope so. The easiest bit is probably the start, the hardest bit is the end. So.
Okay, well, that sounds a bit logical.
Yes.
And, okay, not one of your favourite games, but you're quite confident about the challenge.
I hope so, yeah.
Okay, if you'd like to go and sit in our lovely pine wood hot seat. And here to help me commentate on this game, from Mean Machines magazine, is Nintendo expert Julian Jazz Rignall. Julian, welcome back to Games Master.
Thank you.
Any general tips for Nick on this game?
Just lightning reflexes and just a bit of luck, really.
Okay, are you ready, Nick? You know the challenge. You have to defeat Heatman at the end of the level in 3 minutes or less. It may sound a long time, but as Jazz says, you have to go like the clappers. So, are you ready, Nick?
Yes.
Off you go. Okay, now there goes Mega Man ducking in a weave. And what's this first thing he's been shooting?
They're sort of helicopter spring heads, and basically he's got to blast those out of the way, otherwise they'll start leaping up and down on his head.
Okay, they've been joined by little blue cube revolving things. Are they quite hard as well, Julian?
Yes, they track you along a lateral movement, and basically if you don't shoot them again, they'll come down on your head. And
oh my God, he's just been wiped right into the lava, but he's picked himself up quite well as the young man from Muswell Hill.
Yeah, he was quite lucky. When you get hit, you you keep invincible for a few minutes and a few seconds rather, and basically you survive that one.
Right, now what are these cute little hedgehogs?
Shoot them, they,
oh my God!
They shoot them, they spring up. So
must be avoided at all costs.
Absolutely.
Now, how's he doing? He's 40 seconds gone. He's successfully manoeuvred past that spiky jack-in-the-box hedgehog there, and he's down to another little cave here. What happens here, Julian?
This is the very tricky bit. Basically, the blocks appear in a set pattern, and you've got to predict where they come. He did that very well, but there's tougher ones to come.
Excellent. Okay, we've finished a minute, a third of the way through. Jazz, how's he going?
Not too badly at the moment. Again, here's the tricky bit. Now he's got to negotiate all these invisible and reappearing blocks.
I see, and if he mistimes it, he can well be trapped.
Yes, at the moment he's mistiming very slightly, and the baddies are closing in.
Oh my God, it's all getting very tense. 1.5 minutes gone, halfway through the challenge. Nick, commiserations, you were doing so well that all of a sudden you slipped into a gaping chasm down to the pits of hell. What happened?
Well, I've had a lot of trouble with that last time. Every time you jump, it doesn't appear. Every time you want it to appear, it doesn't every time.
Right,
anyway,
so,
it appears.
You were so close. Jazz and I were getting really hot and sweaty up in the commentary box about it, but you just let us down. Not to worry, Nick. Have you enjoyed coming into Games Master?
Yes, I have.
Well, you can take all our sad thoughts and commiserations back to your pew, and thank you very much, Nick.
Thank you.
Round of applause again for Nick. And now, while we commiserate with Nick over his loss, we're going to take a look at the latest game set to blister the fingers of children nationwide. This week it's time to shift your gear sticks as we look at racing games. Set, go! First up on the Amiga, put your feet to the floor with Lotus Turbo Challenge 2.
The sound and graphics really are absolutely brilliant. I mean, it's showcase stuff.
I think it's great fun for the novice drivers, but you know, it tends to get a little bit boring after a while.
You'll tend to find that a lot of the levels you'll complete quite quickly, quite easily, and then you'll end up seeing, well, it's just another racing game.
Second on the grid tonight, burn some rubber on your Amiga in Formula 1 Grand Prix.
Very sophisticated, certainly for the Nigel Mansell, certainly for the serious racers.
It's very fast indeed and plays excellently. Absolutely smart, with a capital S, basically. I mean, it's just like being there.
Bringing up the derriere on the Master System, frolic your way across the landmarks of Europe in Outrun Europa.
The Master System doesn't cope with 3D racing games very well indeed, but it's quite fun, if a little jerky at times.
The graphics aren't fantastic. In fact, at times they're a little bit crap. But yeah, it's quite a nice game.
Now for our new game section. One of this year's most eagerly awaited computer releases is Dune. Here to give us an exclusive sneak preview is Ian Mathias from Virgin Games.
Dune, the game, it is based on the movie of the same name. The player takes the part of Paul Atreides, whose mission in life is to kick the Harkonnens off the planet of Dune. The Harkonnens are mining spice. Spice is the most valuable element in the universe. Dune is the only planet to contain spice, so it's Paul's mission to get rid of the Harkonnens so he can mine the spice. The strongest features of the game are the incredible graphics, the sound. The game is very, very much like, we call it an interactive movie. That means that the player is actually taking the part of Paul, and it is very much like playing inside a movie.
And finally, for this week's review section, we've decided to hold a competition on the ultimate soccer simulation, Kickoff 2. All you need to do is commit your most spectacular moments of net-bursting glory to disk and then send them in to us. We'll choose what we think is the best goal, and the winner will receive 2 tickets to the Rumbelows Cup final. For details about where to send your discs and for any other information about the show, call the GamesMaster Club. We'll give you the number at the end of the programme. Now we go on to our celebrity challenge, and here to detail it, once again, is the Games Master.
Hello again. I do hope you enjoyed my last little jaunt. Wasn't quite up to it, was he? For the second of this week's challenges, I thought a little cross-court rallying on Pro Tennis Tour 2 would be in order. I must confess to being a bit of a cricket man myself, but of course that game takes too long. Anyway, mustn't ramble, and tennis it is. First person to 3 games wins. Give it your best shot.
And here to pound their balls along the baseline tonight, we have Saeed Hersey from Mile End, and he'll be taking on former British ladies #1, Annabel Croft. Now, Saeed, you've got quite a formidable task here, up against the experience of Annabel Croft. How are you going to handle it?
Mostly by luck and probably by the hits I gave her.
Right, you got quite a firm right hand, Saeed, yeah? Well, how are you going to counter that, Annabel, against the young pretender from Mile End?
Well, I've been out running every day for this match, so I'm hopefully prepared for him, but I think he's quite good.
Well, but this is a game you desperately want to win,
Desperately,
Annabel.
yes.
Okay, well, for you at home, if you want to find out who is going to win this super match, then join us after the break for some new balls and some soft forehands. Welcome back. If you have just joined us, Annabel Croft is facing a serious encounter with young Saeed Hersey from Mile End. Here with me in my pulpit commentary box is the lovely Tom Watson from Renegade. Tom, bit of a tough encounter this for Annabel.
Well, I was watching Saeed playing earlier. He had a couple of practice games. He looks fairly potent in this one. I think he'll do well.
Right, well, the ball boys are in position. So are we. Are the competitors ready? Yeah. Then it's time for me to call time, please. And Annabel, when you're ready, sir. Okay, now you see Annabel is in the red hair and Saeed is in the black hair. Oh, and Annabel starts off with an ace. What a delicious little shot there from Annabel.
Well, the interesting to look at here, Domonik, is the serving circle. This is how the player actually positions the point at which the ball will land on the service.
Right.
So Annabel got an excellent first serve in there.
Oh, well, it's Saeed's up with the net, and Annabel... Oh, he smashes that from Saeed. He's taking control of the net, keeping Annabel restricted to the baseline here. Annabel's trying to drive the ball. Oh, her skirt went up a little bit there. That was quite pleasant. And Annabel is still stuck on the baseline, trying to...
Well, what Annabel really needs to do, she tried it earlier, was another lob. She needs to keep lobbing Saeed. And that's 30 love to the server.
Okay. So Annabel Croft serving at 30 love. Saeed returns. Again, oh, nice little floated little shot up there, and Annabel's taking control at the net. Restricting Saeed. Oh! But Saeed squeezed that one past her in the centre of the court. Annabel serving 30-15.
One of the tricks to getting this game right is really anticipating when the ball's going to pass the racket. And that's some...
Okay, oh, Annabel serving for the first game. Oh, and she's done a fault. Yes. Annabelle second service, and it goes in sweetly. Sahid returns it side, runs up to the net, restricting Annabelle to the baseline. He's pounding those shots, but Annabelle sneaks it out.
Annabelle certainly seems to be able to find the long shot, find the mark. Now that's one game to love.
So they've changed sides, so now side is at the bottom of the screen, serving against Annabelle.
Excellent service on the line.
Next floats that one into the baseline. They're getting the stick into the middle of the court quite often, Tom.
And
sneaks in
excellent point there for Annabelle.
Me.
Yes, well, they seem to be taking it fairly cautiously. I think there are going to be quite some opportunities later in the game to really expand into the width of the court.
Okay, so Annabelle's up at the net side, trying to get the ball over. He's not working out the... Oh, no, but he sneaked that one in the inside. 15-all, love one. Annabelle returns that one very well.
Excellent shot there. And this is the width of the court coming into play now, Domonik.
Okay, Annabelle floating a little lob there. And they're still sticking to the centre of the court.
Excellent play by Annabelle. Said was becoming quite aggressive with that one. I think the frustration of that rally was starting to tell.
Okay, is it quite an easy game to get to, Tom?
There we go. 2 love.
2 games love to Annabelle. What a scintillating return of serve. So Annabelle was serving to go 3-0 up and for the match. Oh, a teasing middle play.
Excellent net play.
Annabelle is well on top of Sahid in this game. Very lovely serve, right there.
Very good return there. Very good return to the baseline.
I say. Annabelle, 30 love. 2 points.
2 points away from the match.
And a lovely long deep serve again. Side returns deep to her baseline. And Side's up at the net, but he's retreated. Maybe a wee bit scared. And it cost him daily. Annabelle 7, match point here.
I think Side's problem is anticipation here.
Lovely little return.
And Sahid, and that's it.
Commiseration, Sahid. You looked to be out of the game at one point, but fought back only to see it slip out your grasp again. What do you think was the crucial factor? just the skill of Annabelle perhaps told a bit, the experience at the end. Well, Annabelle, I mean, some amazing racket head control from you in that game.
Wasn't
I couldn't fault your footwork in the slightest.
I couldn't believe it myself. My adrenaline was really going, but it was a lot of fun.
Okay, well, Annabelle, I know you've won many prizes already in tennis, but none as prestigious or indeed large as this one. You have won our amazing, mystical golden joystick. Now, I don't know where you're going to put that, but I'm sure you can have lots and lots of endless hours of fun with that. So, if we just like to give a round of applause again for our loser, Sahid, and our winner, Annabelle Kroll. And now, while I get my breath back, let's go to GamesMaster and see what he's got in his tips section.
Hello, GamesMaster.
Welcome to my kingdom. I am delighted to see you. And what have you got to ask me?
I've heard there is a secret room on the first level of Alex Kidd. I've looked everywhere for it, but I can't find it. Is there any way you can help me?
I must admit, it's an awfully long time since I've had to preoccupy myself with Alex Kidd. However, if I recall correctly, there's a secret room next to the palm tree just past the 3rd chest. Simply jump up and down to break the blocks on the ground, and the room will reveal itself.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
On to the next, please.
Hello, GamesMaster.
Hello, and delighted to see you.
I've been playing Cadaver for over a month now. I can't get past the dragon. He fries me every time. What am I doing wrong?
A good question, young man, but this is indeed a most tenacious reptile. Follow these instructions carefully. Once you're into the dragon room, call up your inventory and drink the fire shield spell to protect you. Then select the massacre spell that you should have collected from Lord Carolus' altar in the chapel, and fire it to finish off this troublesome creature once and for all.
Right, thanks a lot.
I wish you success with this one. Right, on to the next, please.
Hello, GamesMaster. In Turtles, I cannot get off level 3. What shall I do?
My, you are behind, aren't you? Now listen carefully. To get off level 3, you need to rescue Splinter, who's in the building at the center of the map. Defeat Mega Turtle, and you'll go on to the next level.
Thanks very much.
Not at all. That's it for now. I do tend to tire rather easily these days. However, if you'd like to tune in next week, I'd be delighted to answer any more questions you might have. Bye for now.
So, some juicy computer tidbits this week. Now for our final challenge, let's see what GamesMaster has planned.
After the frenzied stroke play of that tennis encounter, I felt a rather more cerebral challenge would be timely. I have therefore opted for Zoom, a fun little game in which you need to complete a series of grids by drawing a line all around the squares. The task I've set aside for you is to complete the first grid in less than 1 minute. A stern test of nerve and logic. Watch out for the green hand, which will be trying its hardest to gobble you up. The first grid to complete in less than 1 minute. Face away.
Now this is a short, sharp, spunky challenge, and I think what I'll do here is see if I can find 3 plucky contestants from our congregation. So if there's anyone out there who fancies their chances at the Zoom challenge, please thrust one of your arms up into the air. Oh my word, now we have quite a few people here. Let me see. How about you, sir, with a sensible haircut? Yes, you'll be lovely. Oh yes, there is a young man there. We'll have you. And now one more. Let's hear that lovely young lady at the back there. That's our 3 contestants. Give them a round of applause. That's right, up you come. Okay, welcome to GamesMaster. What's your name?
Scott.
Scott, hello there. And our second man up.
George.
George, it's nice to see you. And our lovely lady contestant.
Dolat.
Now, I think I feel like a bit of a boy-girl-boy situation. So, Scott, if you play first, with Dolat in the middle, and George, you can bring up the rear. Okay, so Scott, if you'd like to go up to the chair, and if you two would just like to linger around the side there, we'll crack on with our first competitor. And joining me in the pulpit is Neil West from Sega Power. Welcome, Neil.
Hi, Dominic.
Now, Neil, any general tips you can give our contestants for this difficult 1 minute challenge?
Well, looks can be deceptive, and although Zoom looks very easy, it is in fact very, very tricky indeed. Don't forget you can jump, and don't forget that you can fire at the baddies behind you. But apart from that, just keep running.
Okay. Scott, are you ready? Then your 1 minute begins now.
Okay, and he's off. He starts in the middle of the screen, and as you can see, now he just picked up a banana. Now that temporarily stops the baddies, yeah?
Right.
Gives him a bit of a head start.
Okay, he's going very, very close to this baddie here, but he's doing very well. 10 seconds gone already. He's covered in quite a nice little portion to begin with, Neil.
He has. The trouble here is, I mean, if you were to look at it logically, you could probably find a very easy way of colouring it all in.
Right.
But unfortunately, the baddies spoil any plans of doing it.
Okay, oh my God, and the baddie's coming right up at him. Oh, but he's just managed to avoid him there. 26 seconds gone, and he's doing all right, but he's got to get some more of these squares flashing here.
That's right. It gets very, very difficult. It's easy to do it at the start, but when you're only left with a couple of blocks to fill in different corners of the maze,
oh my God,
over.
and he's gone. He's been gazumped by the green hand. Can we have our second contestant, please? The lovely Dolat. Now, Neil, what tips can Dolat glean from Scott's lacklustre performance there?
Well, Scott took a gamble. He realised that time was running out, so he just went for it, threw caution to the wind, and unfortunately got chomped by a ghost. So what Dolat's got to remember is even no matter how short time gets, there's no point running into a monster. She's just got to keep well away from them.
Exactly. So Dolat's got to play it safe. Are you ready, Dolat? Then your 1 minute begins now. Okay, the crowd are cheering on Dolat. I think she's a bit of a crowd favourite here. We've got this banana appearing there. Now that freezes the green hand.
That's right. It freezes the monster for a few precious seconds. Now Dolat's got the right idea. The monster's slower than you are. Remember that.
Right.
So if you can keep going from the top of the screen to the
Oh,
bottom
no, she looks like she's trapped in the corner. No, she's escaped from there. You were saying, Neil.
That's right. If she can keep doing what she's doing, which is going from the top to the bottom, back to the top again, the monster can't keep up with her.
Oh, no! And just as we thought she was going well, Dolat gazumped as well. Dolat, your challenge is over. Please make way for George. Now, Neil, was there anything positive about Dolat's performance?
Not for Dolat, no. But what George can learn is that you must jump.
Okay, let's hope George can take that on board. George, you're our final contestant. Are you ready? Then your 1 minute begins now. Okay, right down the bottom there, nice start. One in already, 2 squares already there.
Okay, now he's got to make a grab for that banana. Take the banana and he'll leave the cans behind.
Okay, I'm afraid he's just missed. He didn't leave there for no apparent reason.
But he can grab the magic mushroom. Now, if he can grab the mushroom, that will speed him up. And when you're racing against the clock, that will help 9 to 2.
Oh, very, very important. Okay, 20 seconds gone, a third of the way through the challenge. He's called in a couple. How's he doing, Neil?
He's not doing too badly at all. Although he hasn't actually got that many blocks flashing yet, he's coloured in a lot of lines. Now grab that clock. That's it.
Oh, he's in the green hand.
Now he can colour in as many as he can while he's got the chance.
Okay, well, he's just over halfway through. He's got, in fact, 23 seconds left. He's going to have to motor now. What's the sweet here?
The sweet is just another icon. It doesn't do anything because he's already frozen the hand. Right. Yeah? Otherwise, that would have been useful.
But my word, he's got half a screen full there. He's got 12 seconds left. This is going to be very, very close. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
I don't think he's going to make it. He's not going to make it. Oh, and he got eaten at the last minute.
Bought it.
Disaster.
Oh my word, he was so close, but George has been scoffed. Well, what can I say? That was a very, very tough challenge, but I was left unfulfilled. Scott, plank. Dola, plank. George, you came so very, very close, but ultimately, plank. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our 3 planks. George, Dola, and Scott. And that's it for tonight. It's time now for a lovely cup of orange zinger, and we'll see you all again next week for another Games Master. Good night. Now for that information about the GamesMaster Club. We have newsletters, free t-shirts and competitions, including the GamesMaster Golden Goal competition. The prize, 2 tickets to the Rumbelows Cup final. The number to call, and please make sure you dial accurately, is 0891 600 123. Lines are open around the clock. Lovely, thank you. Hello and welcome to GamesMaster. If you're tuning in for the first time, where have you been? But my, how tall you're getting. You're 4 weeks late, but we've all taken turns keeping the slot warm for your arrival. So sit yourself down, have a mug of chamomile, get out your joystick and give it a loving caress, because that's what we'll be doing here for the next half hour. Right, to kick off tonight's little foray, let's call up the Galactic Scoutmaster himself, the GamesMaster.
Greetings. I'm delighted that you've chosen to join me again here at the fertile fount of game-playing challenges. We begin tonight with a truly anarchic escapade on a game called Road Rash. You'll be taking part in a frightful, unofficial motorbike race in which hot-headed youths punch and kick their way to the checkered flag at speeds of over 150 miles per hour. The challenge is to come first on the Redwood Forest stage. I'm afraid to say that amidst this rowdy rebel, he'll need to ride with Beelzebub at your wheels.
And revving up the aisle with his hands on his throttle for this challenge, having burned rubber all the way from Dartford, Richard Wiltshire. Settle down. Now, Now, Richard, you've never actually played this game before, but you're a bit of a biking boffin, aren't you?
Yep, I've played Super Hang on the Amiga, and that's a good racing game, and I enjoyed that. I'm good at that, so I reckon I can handle this.
Okay, now in this game you've got to kick, punch, generally get a bit dirty. Can you handle that?
Well, I think so. On Super Hang on there was a cheat mode where you use a machine gun, but I've never used my bare fist before.
Okay, if you'd like to sit yourself down in a hot seat, we'll get ready to play, Richard. And riding pillion with me in the pulpit, no stranger to leathers himself, is Sega Power's Neil West. Welcome, Neil.
Thanks, Domonik.
Now, Neil, a bit different from your average bike game, this. What general tactics can you give Richard?
Okay, it's great fun beating up the opposition, but it does waste time, yeah? It's quite a short race, so he's got to get to the front early, so if he can overtake, then do so. But if he does have to get rough, then try and grab the stick of one of the other riders.
Right, we'll look forward to that. Okay then, Richard. Punch, kick, overtake your way through 14 other competitors to win the race. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Rev up your bike and start the race. Okay, and off goes Richard. We can see, oh, he just straight into the smack someone there right from the start there. We obviously know what Richard's aiming to do in this race.
No problem at all. Right, if you notice in the bottom right-hand corner, the number that was 15 is now up to 14. That's showing his place, yeah? He knows there's 14 other riders, now 13 other riders still ahead of him. He's whacking them about. He's now chasing Sid.
He's fighting pretty rough. Is Sid going to be a problem to him?
Sid shouldn't be a problem. The guy to watch out for is a guy called Biff. He's got a baseball bat, and he'll do his best to swing at you with it. But the trick is, a little bit of air there.
Sid just lost it. One of them
just did the business.
Oh, he's a car in front. Oh, he just managed to dodge that one.
You do not want to go into the back of the car. It's bad news.
Okay, now he's coming out on Dread here.
That's right. Dread's
ominous sounding character. Smacked him in the face, and he's out of the race.
He is. As you see, Dread went down to half energy. If he'd taken another hit, it'd have fallen off. It's really quite good because the other riders actually have their own characteristics. Some are nice, some are nasty. Some will get in your way, some will try and block you, some will get out of the way for you.
Okay, so we're just over a third of the way through the race. He's in ninth. Oh dear!
Down he goes. Right, he's now going to run to his bike, get on it quickly and rev away. Pulls a wheelie and off he goes.
And of course he's lost a lot of time there.
Costing time. More importantly, the riders who are behind him now have the chance to overtake again. So
oh look at, oh, he's safely missed that one.
Another thing he's got to watch out for. Another thing he's got to watch out for is policemen. The last thing he needs right now is to be picked up by the fuzz. It's very painful.
Okay, he's coming back on Sid again now. Is he going to smack him?
Yes.
Oh my God, he took a bit of a wallop there.
Down goes Dread. Look in the rearview mirror, you can see
Dread tumbling away in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen.
He's now really got to concentrate. He's got to take a few chances, perhaps, and just do his best to get ahead.
Okay, so seventh position, there's about a mile and a half to go. Not too much time to come first.
Not too much time at all. There you go.
Oh,
someone just took a fall. Gained him an extra place. He's in sixth on the tail of Rex.
And he's coming up on Rex. I think he's going to give Rex a hefty smack in the face here.
And
down goes Rex.
Into fourth place.
In the fourth place, it's getting very, very tight.
He's got about a mile to go at the most. Rich is going at full weight.
Oh, there's two in front of him there, actually. Could be coming up in a second here.
One.
He's up there. He's coming in second place. Could he come in first place? Oh, just went out flat. Oh, so Richard finishes in second place, but it's not good enough to win the challenge. It was a very, very close race. 1.6 seconds between you and the eventual leader, Viper. What went wrong for you?
Well, obviously the crash. I had no time to practice my green cross code as I went through the intersection. I had to go flat out to win. I was unlucky there was a car coming at the same time.
Okay, well, unfortunately, we can't offer you our prize, but have you enjoyed coming to play GamesMaster?
It's been a great laugh.
Well, we've enjoyed seeing you streak through the forest, Richard. Ladies and gentlemen, our gallant loser, Richard Wiltshire. Now, before we go on to our celebrity challenge, let's take a peek at this week's reviews. This week, it's fantasy role-playing games. First up, return to the time when dinosaurs ruled the Earth and Mars bars were only 10p in Shadow of the Beast.
Lovely graphics, nice backgrounds, nice animation, but the gameplay sucks a bit, and after a while you just get a bit jarred off.
Looks good, plays fast, but doesn't offer anything new in the final analysis.
It's a bit of a disappointment. It's got a big name, but not the gameplay to back it up.
Next up, on the Amiga, become a deity for a day and rub shoulders with gods from Zeus to Priapus in Populous 2.
It's great to see how the races build and conquer, and you really do sort of care for these little sprites as they're running around.
It's one of those games, You think 5 minutes has passed and it's 4 hours. You really just get absorbed into the game.
Lots of brilliant graphics, brilliant gameplay, one of the best games around.
Finally, on the PC, a medieval romp around ye oldie merry England in King's Quest V.
It's not pushing back the boundaries, looks good, but it's a bit too cute for my liking.
It's so American and apple pie that you just want to vomit every time you load it up. There's no sex, no violence, and absolutely no fun, I'm afraid.
He's back. And now for this week's feature. The battle for the British console market is fiercer than ever, with Nintendo and Sega locked in a multi-million-pound advertising war. Sega marketing supremo Philip Ray had a wee chat with us about Sega's battle plan.
I think Nintendo probably take a more Unilever-type approach to marketing, which means that they are probably more conservative. We like to do things which are a little bit off the wall and a little bit rebel, because we feel that the Sega brand needs to be seen to be street cred.
If any one man is responsible for the street cred appeal of Sega's hardware, it has to be Jimmy, the swarthy game-playing star of Sega's campaign.
Well, can't play Super Monaco all day long. Not unless you have one of these.
Jimmy is a hero. He always gets the women. He's brilliant at playing Sega games. If he played pool in the pub, he'd win. He's probably got a Harley-Davidson bike, and he's probably a brilliant surfer in California. So with all those things, I think every man would love to have those qualities.
Maybe, but Jimmy's creators were hopelessly wrong with their early ideas of how a game-playing hero should look.
It was horrifying, because we got it so horribly wrong. Our character was long-haired, rough, a bit dirty, and all the kids came back saying that they thought that sort of person was a bit of a granddad, really. And they wanted someone much more clean-cut and much younger.
The revamped Jimmy now lives in his customised trailer from where he spearheads Sega's assault on Nintendo and the British market. It's a battle which looks set to run well into the 90s.
Game over, sunshine.
If you'd like more information about anything you see in the programme, you can call the GamesMaster Club. We'll give you the number at the end of the show.
So, some sound advice on where to put your pennies. Now it's time for our celebrity challenge, and we'll go over to GamesMaster to find out what it is.
Welcome back. I hope you weren't put off by the rather violent nature of my first challenge, as I'm sorry to say my second offering is also not in terribly good taste. It's taken from a game called Heimdall, and is set in the drunken atmosphere of a Viking tavern. You have 2 minutes in which to throw an unlimited number of axes to sever the maiden's 8 blades and save her from the bawdy Vikings. But beware, because you're somewhat sozzled. The cursor is extremely volatile, so you'll need to muster all your wits to release the axe at the correct moment. Good luck, young man. A fair maiden's honor is resting on your aim.
Now, the competitor on this challenge requires a steady throwing arm and bags of confidence. Who better than the greatest darts player in the history of the game, 5-time world champion, Eric Bristow? Now, Eric, you've come out with a good few 9-dart finishes in your time, but you're playing with a different set of arrows tonight. How confident do you feel?
That's a different game. I've had a practice at it, but I'm not brilliant at it, but I'm looking forward to it. It's different, isn't it?
Right, now we have to say it's quite difficult to control, because being a Viking, you've had a night on the tiles and you're a bit full with alcohol. Will this affect your throwing?
Well, I'm used to a night on the tiles, but I mean, not had too much alcohol, especially when you throw hatchets, you know what I mean?
It's a bit more dangerous then.
That's for sure, yeah.
Okay, if you want to see if the crafty Cockney can rescue the maiden, or will his arrows go all over the place, join us after the break. Welcome back to GamesMaster. Presently in our game-playing hot seat is 5-time world darts-playing champion Eric Bristow, and he'll be attempting to free the blonde maiden by launching axes and cutting the plaits of her hair. Joining me in the pulpit hockey is our very own resident expert, Dave Perry. Dave, welcome.
Hi.
Now, Dave, this is a very tough challenge.
It is a tough challenge, yes. He's only got 2 minutes to do it in. I've seen Eric practicing. He's getting pretty good at it now.
but it's all made harder by the fact that his crosshair's wobbling all over the place because the character he's playing is supposed to be fairly drunk at this moment in time.
Okay, well, let's hope Eric can steady his Viking hand then. Are you ready, Eric?
Yes, I'm ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, order please. Game on. So that's his 2 minutes off, Dave. Oh, he starts off whacking her in the head.
Did well to duck out of that. She's back in. Allows the pass all over the place. Stuck the brakes back on.
So 2 wallops in the head just to show her who's boss. Which are the easiest plats to go for, Dave?
The easiest plats are definitely the 2 on the side, the 2 straight out. You know, there's 2 ways to do it. You take the easy ones out first, and then you spend your time on the hard ones, or take the hard ones first and just whisk around the rest.
Okay, well, he hasn't had the best of starts.
He hasn't got a great start yet.
Oh, and he's hit ahead again. 3 hits, 30 seconds gone, a quarter of the way through, nothing down yet.
Still nothing down. He seems to be a bit tentative about which one's to go.
Oh, and the first one's down.
First one's gone.
So that was one about... Oh, and the second one's down.
That's one of the hardest ones, that problem.
Oh, and Eric is really flying now. Eric's heading for a real 8-axe finish here. He's doing very well, super smashing great, as Jim Ball would say. Oh, and
now he's got these 3. He's been stuck on these 3 before in practice.
Oh, and he just wallops on the head again. Now he's halfway through the time. 1 minute left. 3 to go. Dave, he's doing very well.
Very well. I mean, normally you'd say steady hand, quick fire button would do it, but I mean, that shaky cursor doesn't make life easy for him.
Right.
And it's hard on the bottom of the screen because that cursor does drop off the screen onto the table very, very quickly.
I see now. Oh, he's got a hard one.
Taking a beard off.
2 left. Oh, 2 left. And I see he's got 2 of his Viking friends. It looks like Jockey Wilson on the right, egging him on there.
I think so, yeah. David Bellamy on a night out or something there.
Okay, 2 left. Oh, just missed that. He's got 25 seconds left.
Come on, Eric.
Oh, there's just 2 more. He's got about 20 seconds left. Come on, Eric. We know you can do it. Oh, he's getting... You really have to be very close, Dave.
He's doing the right thing. He's doing like just keeping going.
Oh, he's got 1 left.
One last
and there's 11 seconds left. 10 seconds left.
Just
missing
missing
it. Down. He's going to get it. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He throws it. Oh, and he's just out of time. Commiserations, Eric. Now, it was very, very close. You were your usual cool, unflappable self. But the interesting thing is, the last plat there was about in the double 16 area, which is usually your favourite finish.
That's right. I've been missing that as well lately, so that doesn't matter. Now, the bottom ones were harder.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but it was
Okay, well now, listen, Eric, as Jim Bowman would say, you're a lovely smashing bloke, but here's what you would have won. Our brilliant GamesMaster Golden Joystick. But unfortunately, that's the one of the darts and it has to go back. But Eric, have you enjoyed yourself?
I've had a great time, yeah. It's been a bit of fun.
We've really enjoyed watching you. Ladies and gentlemen, Eric Bristow! Now, perhaps with a couple of tips and cheats, Eric could have completed one of his famous 9-dart finishes. This is the part of the show where you can get your exclusive tips and cheats in the GamesMaster's Consultation Zone.
Hello, GamesMaster.
Welcome to my kingdom.
I keep running out of lives on Disney's DuckTales. Is there any way I could get any more?
Still languishing behind on DuckTales? Oh dear, you are in need of help. Now please listen very carefully. If you visit the African mines, you'll be sent back to Transylvania, where you'll find 2 extra lives. You can then return to Duckburg through the mirror at the start of the level. Repeat this procedure as often as you like to build up a hearty reserve of lives.
Thanks very much. Bye.
I'm delighted to help. Are we ready for the next?
Hello, GamesMaster. The eyeball monster at the end of level 2 in Altered Beast keeps on killing me. How can I destroy it?
I must say, I'm rather surprised you haven't managed to dispose of this ocular ogre yet. All that's required is a little courage and nerve. Simply get as close to the monster as possible, then activate your force field. The eyeball monster will then be out of sight, out of mind.
Thanks, bye.
Who's next up, I wonder?
Hello.
Hello, and nice to see you. Now, what can I do for you?
I've been trying for hours, but I cannot kill the wart in Mario 2. Could you help me?
Simple, dear boy. Catch the vegetables which come out of the pots and throw them at Wart. 6 6 vegetables in his mouth will defeat him.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Right, you. I think that's probably enough advice for 1 week, but if you have any queries, you know where to come.
So, some juicy computer tidbits this week. Now for our final challenge, let's see what GamesMaster has planned.
Hello again. Not doing too well today, are we? 2 failures out of 2. Perhaps I've been overestimating your ability. For the last of this week's challenges, I've opted for a game by the name of Panzer Kickboxing. In this rather lax interpretation of the Queensberry rules, one seems to be allowed to kick as well as to punch. I should stress that I nonetheless require an exemplary display of gamesmanship. May the best man win.
For this challenge, we have a bloody family battle, more vicious than the Ewings of Dallas. A brutal brother-sister punch-up. Please welcome Jason and Lisa Posel. Now, Jason, if I turn to you first, how much practice have you had at the game?
I haven't had that much, but I think I can beat her anyway.
Okay, so you really fancy your chances against your sister?
Yeah. I normally beat her at home.
All right. Well, Lisa, I used to fight with my sister, and she used to fight very dirty, pulling hair, biting, lots of things like that. Are we going to see a dirty fight from you tonight?
Well, it's not going to be that dirty, because I'm going to win anyway.
Okay, well, we've got 2 very confident competitors here. If you'd like to take your seats and begin to fight. And joining me at the ringside pulpit is Tim Boone from Computer and Video Games Magazine. Tim, welcome.
Hello, Dominic.
Now, Tim, what kind of a fight are we going to see here tonight?
I think I'd be very surprised if we don't see a very dirty fight. Panzer Kickboxing is all about, basically, there are very few rules. You really go for it. You can punch your opponent, kick your opponent, and if it helps you at all, you can even try biting them. Right. I mean, there are very few rules here.
Okay, well, it looks like we're going to see an excellent fight here. Are our competitors ready? Then come out fighting. Now, in this fight, Jason is in the red trousers, playing from left to right. Lisa's in the blue trousers.
Lisa's down already.
Taking a tumble already.
But she's up. She's safe. She's okay.
Oh, and Lisa's down again now.
Jason certainly knows how to use his kicking, basically. Those feet are flying. He's not using his fist very much, but those feet are quite devastating at the moment.
And so Lisa's taking some punishment here. Oh, gets a lovely blow to Jason's midriff there. Nice big powerful kick from Lisa there. And then she goes again. Oh, no, but she takes another tumble. And she's down to 1.5 lights. Jason is on 3 lights, so he's quite a bit ahead now.
Yep.
Oh, and Lisa's down again. What advice can you give to Lisa at this stage, Tim?
The advice to Lisa is use more kicks. She's trying to go in with her fist, but of course Jason's got the advantage. He's got the advantage of reach with his legs.
Right, now Lisa's trying to take that advice here, getting in quite close, trying to get a short, sharp series of kicks there, finding it quite difficult. Jason's just picking her off with the odd punch now. 3, 2, 1, and that's the end of the first round. And we think Jason is slightly ahead on points.
Certainly, Jason played the clever boxing there.
So it's the final round, and they're on 2 lights each, so it's all even now, everything to play for. Lisa lodges in with a flying roundhouse kick, doesn't quite come off there. Oh, and she connects there, lovely. Oh, and another one in the midriff. Lisa's coming back like a devil here, Tim.
Absolutely, Lisa's...
Oh, no, just as I say that, she's down. Oh dear, Lisa's got to get turning round here. Oh, nicely on the other side of her opponent. And they're just ducking and weaving all around, dodging each other. Oh, Lisa connects. Oh, and Jason's down to 1.5 lights here. This is getting very exciting now. Oh, and Jason strikes back with a flying roundhouse kick, which leaves Lisa flying. It's very, very close here. Lisa's on 2 lights, Jason's on 1.5. There's 23 seconds left.
We're looking for one knockout blow from one of the contestants now. One kick or one punch could sort this and decide it completely.
So they're both in, going for the big kick here. There's only 15 seconds left. It's going to be ever so close. Jason's down to 1. Oh, Jason's down to half a light. Oh. And Jason's down. This could be the end. Lisa just needs one big kick or one big... And he's down. I think Lisa's done it. He's being counted out. I don't know if he's going to get up from this. Is he going to get up? He's just up from that. And there's 7 seconds left. He's down again. I think he's out for the count here. And the referee has counted Jason out.
They're selling advertising on the soles of his shoes, basically.
And the crowd are counting him out. And I think that Lisa has won. That was some fight. Jason, you were well ahead at the start, but then Lisa started fighting back furiously. What went wrong?
Well, I think at the beginning I was using tactics more. I was staying back and then going in for the odd shot. and then at the end I started going in to try and knock her out. And that's when I think she caught me.
That's right, you committed yourself and you paid dearly for it. Lisa, what a fight. Tim and I in the commentary box, we thought you were out of it, but then you just fought back. What happened?
Well, at the beginning I thought the joystick wasn't working or something because I kept just being knocked down, and then I just remembered that what I'd been playing before, and then I just won.
Okay, you did very well. So when you go home tonight, are you going to have a fight of your own and then see who wins that?
Probably.
Well, good luck for tonight then. Lisa, as our winner today, you have won one of the most coveted prizes in television. Tonight, Lisa is the proud winner of our golden GamesMaster joystick! Please give another round of applause to Jason and Lisa Porzol. So with that bout of high-tech fisticuffs, time has run out on this week's GamesMaster. But never mind, the Nettle Tea's brewed up a treat. I'm off to quaff, and I'll see you next week at the same time. Good night. Now for that information about the GamesMaster Club. We have newsletters, free t-shirts and competitions with staggering prizes. The Monk hotline number to call is 0891 600 123. Calls are charged at 36 pence a minute after 6 p.m. and 48 pence during the day. Lines are open around the clock. Thank you very much and welcome to GamesMaster, the show which has made the 6:30 slot its own and is responsible for more sprained wrists than the lovely Julia Roberts. Everything you've always wanted to know about video games, but were a wee bit too tight-fisted to buy a magazine about. Tips, reviews and game-playing challenges, the first of which will now be set by the man who put the round windows on Play School, the GamesMaster.
Greetings. So you think you have sufficient nous to master one of my little ruses? Well, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? To start with, I'd like you to try your hand at DuckTales. You have 2.5 minutes to guide Scrooge McDuck to the Himalayas. You need to rescue the helpless Bubba from his icy tomb, and then retrace your webbed steps to escape from the cavern with the help of Launchpad. 2.5 minutes to guide Scrooge McDuck through the Himalayas. Let's hope you fit the bill.
Now, DuckTales may look like a cute and rather fluffy game, but let me tell you, in the Himalayas there's lots of dangerous chili bits. Trying to keep warm and toasty for this challenge is Scott Andrew from Manchester. Welcome to GamesMaster, Scott.
Thanks.
Well, so have you been practicing very hard at the game?
Very hard.
And you're very confident about the challenge?
Very confident.
Well, I'm very pleased to see you are, because I think it's a very tough challenge, to tell you the truth. It gets quite tricky in some points.
Yeah.
Okay, well, wish you all the best, Scott. If you'd just like to go and plonk yourself down in a hot seat there and get ready to start the game. Here, as always with me, is Jazz Rignall. He never seems to do anything else apart from perch with me up here. Jazz, DuckTales, very good game, quite a tough challenge.
Yeah, it is. The game's not that difficult, but the challenge is, and unless he hasn't mapped it out, he's going to have trouble.
Okay, well, we've got every confidence in our Scott. Are you ready then, Scott? Off you go. Now, what's these first little things that Duck McScrooge has got to...
There's a horrible snow here, and he's got to use the pogo stick technique to get rid of them, otherwise they'll take his energy off.
Okay, well, he seems to be going at a pharaoh pace. He's obviously got to avoid this huge big ram here. And, but he's successfully manoeuvred that. He's ducked away from it instead of fighting it. Is that a good idea?
Yeah, if you mess it up, unless you're absolutely sure that you're going to hit it right.
Oh my God, falling down gaping chasm now. Is he going to be killed?
No, this is fine. He can drop miles, basically. He's going the right way. What it's all about is actually mapping your way through here, and he's going the right way.
Okay, well, he has 2.5 minutes to do the challenge, and 30 seconds have gone already, so he's going very well, Jazz.
Yeah, he's going the right route, as I said, and that's the most important. If you start getting lost or something like that, you can end up spending minutes of your time trying to retrace his steps. So,
always found one of his little nephews. Is that Huey, Dewey, Louie? What are they called?
I forget what his name is, actually. But it gives you a clue and tells you what you should do.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. He just seems to be narrowly missing all these icebergs. I don't know how he's managing to miss them.
Well, it's all right. He's picked up an invincibility pill, so he's safe there. You can go flying.
Now, who's this? I think he's actually found Bubba. He's found Bubba! Okay, so that's... So he's exactly halfway through the time limit now, and he's found Bubba, so he's well on course, Julian.
He certainly is. He's got the jewel. He's got to find that helicopter. He's bouncing his way across. He's got to be more careful coming back because he hasn't got the invincibility, of course.
Right, I see. So he's obviously got to negotiate the snow here. And he's rattling away, but he's got 1 minute left, 60 seconds left here. It's going to get pretty tight here, Julian.
Yeah, he's doing really well, and he could make it.
Now he's just got to negotiate this huge big spider. It's going to be a problem. No, he's safely past the spider. He's over the hair. He's got 45 seconds left to go. There's a big rope. I think he's going to go, but he's got up the rope. He's bending it. He's got 30 seconds left. He's got it. He's found him. He's found him. He's won it!
There you go.
Bye-bye, McScrooge. Scott, congratulations. Well done. You made pretty short work of that challenge there.
Yeah.
Were you nervous at all?
Yeah, my legs are like jelly.
It certainly didn't look like this. I mean, I've never seen anybody get through that game so quickly. Well, the thing is, you know what that means, Scott? You have won what most people want more than anything in the world. One of our extremely special golden GamesMaster joysticks.
Thanks.
Okay, Scott, so if you take that back to Manchester with you, I'm sure you'll have hours of enjoyment with it. Scott Andrews. Okay, so while Scott gets to grips with his large possession, let's go and check out the reviews of all the latest new games. Our 3 games this week are linked by the word funk. First up on the Mega Drive, strut your surreal stuff with the console world's answer to Bill and Ted, the extremely laid-back Toe Jam and Earl.
It looks great, a bit of humour, fantastic graphics, great sound, well, especially appealing to a 12-year-old kid.
Toe Jam and Earl is a very good game graphically and very good musically as well, but it has very limited appeal and I feel you could get quite bored of it quite quickly.
Good fun for a while, I'd say. Slickly put together, but not a lot of game in there.
Next up, save the world with pure love in Top Banana.
The game itself, it's got great music and the graphics are absolutely superb, but that doesn't actually make the game. The playability isn't there.
The theme of Top Banana is very environmental. It makes for a different game, but all in all, it's just another platform with beat-em-ups in the middle.
Seen it all before, really.
And finally, Bart the Brat arrives on the Game Boy as you eat shorts and have cows with Bart Simpson's Escape from Camp Deadly.
Wonderful game, both graphically and musically, with great speech and animation.
Nothing particularly outstanding or new, but good fun, and if you like The Simpsons, you won't be disappointed in the game.
Now for our preview section. They zapped you with Xenon, gifted you with gods and enchanted you with magic pockets. The Bitmap brothers are now back with the Chaos Engine. Renegade's Graham Boxall gives us a sneak preview.
The Chaos Engine is the latest Bitmap Brothers production. It takes place back in the Victorian era, and your job will be to take 6 characters into a Victorian house to destroy the Chaos Engine. Your main character who's controlled by the joystick, and then you've got 2 other characters who have got their own attributes, and although they mimic your movements, they'll follow you around. They've actually got special identities. The game's strongest features is the fact that it creates a new gaming environment, taking the best elements of arcade games and combining them with role-playing games to create something that nobody has ever done before.
And we'll wrap up this week's review section with a reminder about our GamesMaster Golden Goal competition on Kickoff 2. All you need to do is to save on disc moments when you sent the crowd wild with a Gaza-free kick or a Mark Hughes volley. At the end of the series, we'll choose the best goal, and the winner will receive 2 tickets to the Rumbelows Cup final. For more details about the competition and for any other information about the programme, you can call the GamesMaster Club. We'll give you the number at the end of the show.
So, a somewhat mixed bag of reviews this week. But not to worry, for now we go on to our Celebrity Challenge. And here to tell us all about it is the biggest celeb of them all, the GamesMaster.
Nice to see you again. I do hope you enjoyed that last little jaunt. What an extremely able young man he was. Time for some sport now, I think. Let's retire to the billiard room for some green baize action on Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker. You'll have 90 seconds each on this most realistic of snooker simulations to amass the highest possible score. Only the colours will be on the table. They'll start over the pockets, but will be returned to their spots once they've been potted. May the best man win.
And for this challenge, young Christian Price from Nottingham will take on the game's designer, Archer McLean. And helping to provide expert ball-by-ball commentary is one of the most popular and successful figures in the game, the whirlwind himself, Jimmy White. Now, Christian, if I turn to you first, you're actually the national champion at this game. You must fancy your chances against the man who designed it.
Yes, I do.
You think you're going to take him?
Yeah.
Now, if I could go on to you, Archer, an excellent game you have designed, surely you must know everything there is to know about it, and this would be no problem to you.
I've got to talk to him for the tips first.
And last but by no means least, Jimmy, you'll be joining me in the pulpit. Who do you fancy for this challenge?
I don't know, I think it'd be even money, actually. I think I might fancy the kid.
OK, now, Archer, if you'd like to linger around in that pew there, Christian, take your seat in the game-playing chair, and Jimmy, come up to the pulpit with me. OK, so what's any general tips you could give Christian?
Well, mainly he just wants to get himself in a good position and just hopefully, if he keeps his position, and carry on potting as many balls as he can and build up his break.
OK, Christian, are you ready? Then chalk your cue and get ready to pot those balls. OK, now let's see what shot he's going to line up first. The time will start ticking away
as soon as
once he hits the first ball. And it looks like he's lining up the black there in the bottom corner pocket, Jimmy. A good choice?
Yeah, he's going to go for the black first, and then he's not going in sequence, obviously. So he's going to pop the black, and I think he's potting it plain ball. Yeah, it looks like plain ball.
Nice long stroke.
Black in.
Oh, nice whip.
Yeah, it took a bit of time, though, getting there. So run round. I'm going to try and pop the pink now in the pocket. May use a little bit of screw. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I think he's using a bit of bottom. A bit short, because he's going to screw back.
And there he goes.
Yeah, and there's a little screw back you see there.
Yeah. Now what will that enable him to do with this shot? Will it be positioned for...
Well, he's got his next position on this...
Oh, you see that brown's covering the pocket?
The brown's kind of a bit awkward, yeah, but it looks like he's lining up just about perfect. I'm very pleased he chalked his cue before.
OK, it's halfway through the time there, 45 seconds.
Oh! May have fluked it in this pocket.
Oh, the pink's coming back.
Is it gone in? Yes!
Yes!
Different, but they all count.
Nice little trick shot there.
And he's just line this ball up again. I think it needs to come a bit higher. Hopefully, use a bit of screw as well. Yeah, he just used a bit of... He used a stun shot, which is tremendous.
Christian's potting very well, but he's only got 20 seconds left now. He's going to have to hurry now, Jimmy. See what
Hurry up. Yeah, he's lining up the pink again, a bit to the right now with the diagram. That's it, about there. Maybe a bit more. Yeah, I think he should hit
very
it.
tense. He's got 7 seconds left. He's got to pot this one.
Yeah, great shot.
And that one's in. Does he have time to line up one more? 3, 2, 1. Oh, out of time, Chris, with a score of 31 points.
Tremendous.
Christian, would you like to swap places with Archer then? And if you'd like to find out if the game's designer Archie McLean can better Christian's score of 31, please return to us after the break. Welcome back to our special Green Bay's Games Master. We're featuring Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker Challenge, and the great man himself is with me in the commentary box. National Computer Snooker champion Christian Price has just scored a break of 31, and now the game's designer Archer McLean is about to see if he can top it. Archer, are you ready? Then chalk your cue and begin your break. Okay, now I see Archer's going for the... looks like he's lining up the pink.
Yeah, he's going to line up the pink. I think he may play this with top. Just see,
stunned that ball beautifully.
Yeah, very good shot.
Now, is the room to squeeze the pink in here?
The pink, yeah, similar shot that Christian had. He needs to hit this straight, and he's in length, bit of
screw
just
there.
below bottom. Yes, that's it. Great shot. Yeah. Now he's bringing it round. They're going to try and pop the pink. He may even attempt to go off the brown here. I think he might just go straight to the pocket when he gets it round.
Okay, here he goes.
Yeah,
and he's shot that one. 18
he screwed
points.
it back. Tremendous shot.
Screwed it back, leave himself a nice angle for it again.
That's right. I think he's going to stay on this pink and score points from this shot, because he's already got it lined up. So he's very clever what he's done.
And a nice one again there. Screwed it back a little bit.
He's going to move it round, give it a bit of variety. He's now going to pop the black.
Okay, 37 seconds left. Oh, 31, he's now equalled Christian's score. It's all in this next ball. He's got 30 seconds left here. What's he going to go for, Jimmy?
He's going for the same shot again in the middle, but from the other side of the table. He's just going to stun it in. That's what he's done.
Oh, and he's done it, and Archer's won. Now, bad luck, Christian. 31 points, very good score, not quite enough. How do you think you could have scored better?
A bit quicker, that's too slow.
Archer, you wasted no time with those balls at all. What was the secret of your success?
Well, I was lucky on that first pink, but it helps writing the game as well. So.
Right, okay, and now I turn to our expert, Jimmy. Jimmy, a quick summing up of the game. The boy Christian did well, but not quite enough.
No, he did very well, but Archer being a bit more experienced, he played the same ball in the middle 3 times, which gave him a lot of points. But no, it was close.
Right, now, Archer, as our winner tonight, you win the best prize in television, a golden GamesMaster joystick. Another round of applause for our winner and our Calendar Christian Prize. Thank you. And now, before Jimmy pops off, we've got a special treat for you at home. We got the games designer Archer McLean to line us up a special trick shot that would test even Jimmy. So Jimmy, if you'd like to sit yourself in the hot seat and we'll see how you fare. Now, talk us through this shot we've set up for you.
Right, where the arrow is pointing at this red here over the pocket,
right.
I'm going to try, with the cue ball being based here, I'm going to try and pop the red over the pocket, which is like, well, it is impossible actually, but I'm going to play a 3-ball plant.
Right.
So I'll just take this over to there.
Okay, well, good luck, Jimmy.
Okay, are we ready?
Yeah.
Right. Should cannon it and knock the red in.
Oh, brilliant! Another round of applause, thank you very much, Jimmy White! And now, while I pot a few pings with Jimmy, let's go into GamesMaster's consultation zone.
Hello, GamesMaster.
Welcome to my kingdom. I'm really glad to see you.
In Spider-Man, I can always reach the forklift boss, but he keeps ramming me. What am I doing wrong?
Foolish boy. You really should have realized by now that you can't stop this particular rogue if he's facing you. So you need to leap behind him and let him have it with your web. About 10 times in total. That'll do it.
Oh, great. Thanks. Bye.
Next, please.
Hello, GamesMaster.
Hello, and nice to see you. Now, what can I do for you?
On level 3 of Turtles, I cannot jump over the gap without dying. How do I do it?
You should have experimented a little, young fellow. The answer really is most simple. Walk straight over the gap and don't jump it at all. Things are not always what they seem.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Right, on to the next, please.
Hello, GamesMaster. My son gave me Shadow of the Beast 2 for Christmas, and I'm finding it very difficult to get anywhere. Can you give me any tips or suggestions?
If my memory serves me correctly, there are no shortcuts. But you can make life a lot easier by beefing your warriors up. Now listen. At the start of the game, walk to the right of the screen towards the pygmy. Once he starts pestering you, call up the question mode and type in 10 pints. Your warrior will then be invincible. And all you have to do is to find your way around.
Thanks very much.
Well, you'll find it works. And that little revelation brings the session to an end. I do hope the advice is going to be of some use.
Now we go on to our eagerly awaited third challenge. Let's go to GamesMaster.
For the last of this week's little escapades, we visit our colonial friends in the Antipodes for an episode of Neighbours. The challenge is to take on and beat all comers in a scooter race around a place called Ramsey Street, avoiding potholes, roving kangaroos, an elderly lady known as Mrs. Mangle, and a plump jogger by the name of Harold. So keep your wits about you and try not to succumb to the banality of the plot.
And to play this challenge, we're very lucky to have with us Neighbours' very own Matt Robinson. Please give a moist GamesMaster welcome for Ashley Pass. Welcome to GamesMaster, Ashley. How are you? I'm very well. Now, Ashley, we know all about the acting prowess of the Neighbours cast, but what's your game-playing skills like?
Not very good. Well, I'm not bad. I have like a video game thing at home, you know, so I might be okay.
You enjoy a waggle of your joystick now and then?
Absolutely. Okay. Oh, waggle whenever I can.
Well, if you'd like to take your place in our game-playing hot seat, Ashley, we'll get ready to begin.
I'm ready.
And joining me in Lassiter's pulpit is GamesMaster's very own game-playing expert, Dave Perry. Dave, welcome.
Hi, Dominic.
Now, you were saying to me earlier you don't fancy Ashley's chances much at this.
I don't at all, no. I don't think Ashley's going to get too far in this game, really. It's very, very difficult to control, and Ashley's not much of a skateboarder, I don't think.
Ashley, are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Then off you go. And here we start there. Ashley's pausing a little bit at the start. Oh my word,
That's Ashley on the red backside.
Oh, lovely little spot.
Little surfer there. There's Todd Landers with his car, bouncing across the road.
Oh, and right into a rock there.
Here comes Mrs. Mangle. Out of the way, Ashley.
No, Ashley's trying to run into Mrs. Mangle there. And he's safely past Paul Robinson's car. Mrs. Mangle swiftly got down.
Oh,
tried to do unmentionable things with a kangaroo there. Came off the worst, and he's in there for more.
He's a bit mean, this kangaroo. He's not known for his hospitality.
Ashley is actually lying in third place or last, depending on how you look at it.
Third place in a three-man race. I think Henry's up in front in his tractor, and Charlene's there somewhere in a go-kart.
And there's Scott Robinson again with his surfboard.
There's an emu now. No sign of
Ashley's picking up a bit of speed now. Oh, but it's right into another emu. And Ashley's having severe
As you can see, there's a meter along the bottom of the screen there, the Neighbours logo. The white part is his popularity, and as you can see, his popularity is going down every time he falls off.
And what happens when his popularity reaches zero?
He gets dumped out of the series and the game over.
Oh, Helen Daniels with the pinning of Mrs. Mangle there. Very formidable opponent.
Known for a body check. There's Harold, that's old fat Harold jogging along the road.
I think Henry's won the race there. He's coming. Oh,
Henry's coming first. Charlene's coming second.
I think this is the long trek home for our Ashley here.
Yep, there's Harold there. Harold's overtaken. Des is there. Des seems to get around a bit in his car. He's just continually appearing all over the place.
Everywhere. And there's Helen again. She's walking around all over the
Helen's
street.
had a bump on the head, I think. She's forgotten where she's going with Mrs. Mangle's portrait.
Okay. Into the grass verge again.
Doing untold damages to bonsai trees.
Ashley Pass got Ashley.
It's all over.
Ashley.
Yes.
Now.
It's a little sad, really, wasn't it?
People often fail on GamesMaster, but never in such a spectacular fashion.
No, it's the game. I'm sorry, it's the game. It's the game, it's the joystick, it's the whole thing.
So what went wrong with the game? What's wrong?
I don't know. It's just very hard. It's really quite hard to make a little skateboard man sort of go in the right direction, you know.
Right. You didn't seem to go anywhere. A bit like the neighbour's plot line sometimes.
Yes.
Well, I'm very, very sorry, actually, but you walk away empty-handed. But I hope you've got lots of happy memories of us here.
Thanks very much, Dominic.
A round of applause again for Ashley Pass. Thanks, Ashley. Well, that draws proceedings to a close, but never mind. I've got my smoking jacket to keep out the chills and a lovely bit of Assam in my mug. So keep your fingers on your fire button and we'll see you next week. Good night. Now for that information about the GamesMaster Club. We have newsletters, free t-shirts and competitions, including the GamesMaster Golden Goal competition. The prize, 2 tickets to the Rumbelows Cup final. The number to call, and please make sure you dial accurately, is 0891 600 123. Lines are open around the clock. You may be wondering why I'm playing with my organ in a crowded church. Well, this is GamesMaster, television's only video game magazine show, coming to you from the only church in the country where Harry Seacombe is too fat to fit through the door. But nevertheless, we've managed to squeeze an ample portion into tonight's slot, with news, tips and game reviews guaranteed to have people stealing from their parents' purses to purchase them. But we'll begin tonight with our initial game-playing challenge, and to detail it, I hand you over to the celestial godfather, the GamesMaster.
Hello. How kind of you to join me once again. I have to admit to being rather pleased with the 3 little challenges I've managed to concoct for you this week. To tee us off, we take to the fairways and putting greens of top players' golf. If you wish to complete my challenge successfully, you will need to play the first 3 holes of the country club course in level par. Best of luck.
And attempting to keep his balls out of the bunker and in the holes in our first challenge is Mark Boduano. Now Mark, I understand you're a bit of a mean golfer in real life.
Well, that's right. I play at Ross and Y Golf Club, and I have a handicap of 4.
Right, okay. Now, how do you fancy your chances on the computer equivalent?
Prefer to be doing the real thing, but I'll give it a go.
Okay, if you'd like to get the feel of your clubs in our hot seat, we'll get ready to tee off. And trying to keep me on the fairway is my own little handicap, Neil West from Sega Power. Welcome, Neil.
Thanks very much, Dominic.
Now, any general tips you can give Mark?
Well, on the Neo Geo, yeah, the golf game's quite tricky. Basically, he's just got to make sure he stays on the fairway. That's the most important thing. And another little piece of advice is don't trust the caddy. They may look very, very pretty, but they often tell you completely the wrong thing.
Okay, then. Are you ready, Mark? Yeah. Then go to your caddy who's waiting for you at the first hole. Okay, now on this first hole, he's obviously, what's he going to try and do with his first shot?
Okay, well, first of all, he's taking a wise precaution of having a look about the course before he starts, yeah? He's got to set himself up for his shots, and so he'll have worked out that he needs a shot onto the first fairway. Let's see if he's made it.
Wax that one. Oh, my dear, he's hooked that a little bit, but it's
very,
onto the fairway.
Onto the fairway.
Well, very
risky shot, but it's paid off a bit. It has paid off indeed. He's now set up very nicely indeed.
Okay, now we're coming up for the second stroke here.
Okay, he's using a 4-iron, and he must, right, this meter up here, he's gone for a 100% strength shot, which is quite risky, because he now runs the risk of either slicing or hooking it.
Oh, is it going to run out in the green? Yes, it's on the green. Oh no, it's gone too far. Oh my word. Just slipped off of the green there into the rough at the side, but nevertheless, quite a good stroke.
Almost an excellent shot. Very, very good indeed. He's picked himself a sand wedge, a little chip shot.
Delicate chip. Oh my word, he was nearly sunk it there. But he's left on the green for his par putt.
Okay, he's got to get a par to stay in the running for the challenge. He's got a par each hole, so it looks like he's okay on this one, if he can just sink this putt.
And it's in there!
He's done it.
So now we're going on to the second hole. Quite a tricky, thin little hole, this one, Neil.
Yeah, that's right. There's a couple of really nasty bunkers, and if he really takes a swipe and mucks it up, he's going to end up in the sea. He's picked himself a 1-wood, and off he goes. 100% whack.
Oh, and he wallops
and
that
it
one.
Looks to be doing okay.
What a nice stroke.
Couldn't have been much better, could it?
Lovely first stroke there from
213 yards. That really is a very good shot.
Okay, now he's going to whack it again there. Is he going to stay on? Oh, he may have just over the net. He may well be going for the bunker here. And just, oh! Just on the rim of the bunker there, Neil. Very dangerous.
This guy's got luck on his side. Yeah, 90 yards. The sand wedge would actually do it, yeah? Or he's going for a pitching wedge as it happens.
Give him a little bit more lane.
That's right, especially when you consider he's in the rough. Right. Nice lofted club. Here we go. This one should sail straight up in the air. Yep, there it goes. You can follow the shadow on the ground.
Right.
And
is it going to creep on the green just about?
He might. Oh no, he didn't make it.
Oh.
It's in the rough. That was bad luck. But again, that was only his third shot, and he's got another 2 to get it in. He's still on course.
And to win the challenge, all he has to do is stay on par.
That's right.
A nice little chip up. Oh my word! It could be going in. Oh!
That was a beautiful little shot.
And he should be set up here for the par, Neil.
He should. If he misses this, he'll never forgive himself.
Slope, uphill to the right.
Okay, look at the slope in the bottom left-hand corner.
Right.
You can see that the green's sloping from bottom left to top right.
So a bit more power required.
Bit more power.
Oh no, and he's missed it. Oh my word.
And now he's left himself a dreadful shot to try and get back. This is a very tough shot.
Just a little bit too much power in this putter. Yeah.
Beginning to feel the pressure, I think.
So he really must.
But he did it.
Right.
Okay.
Now it leaves it very interesting because he must have a birdie on this final hole, Neil. So he's really got to get on the green with this opening shot.
He certainly has.
And he's giving it a whack. Come on, he could be... Oh no, it's falling a bit short. Oh no, he's going to go in the bunker. Now this is his last stroke, Neil. Basically, he's going to need a miracle from this position.
He certainly is. It looks as if the only thing he'll come away with is a dinner date tonight.
Okay. Oh, it could... Oh no! Oh my word, it's got the ones. Oh no! So that means that Mark has gone over par and his challenge has sadly ended in abject failure. Bad luck, Mark. You started off very well, parred the first hole, but then it seemed to be when you got into the green, your trouble started. The nearer you got to the hole, the more nervous you got.
I really couldn't judge the pace of the greens at all, and I've just messed up.
Okay, well, we very much enjoyed having you on the show. Have you enjoyed it, Mark?
Yes, thanks, Dominic.
Okay, a round of applause again for our gallant contestant, Mark Bonawano. And while Mark treads back to Ross-on-Wye for a sad stroke or two on his own, we're going to cast our eyes over the latest reviews. This week we take to our TARDISes and have a look at futuristic games. First up on the Amiga, fight through claustrophobic corridors of furious facehuggers in Alien Breed.
The scenery is very detailed, a lot of interesting lighting effects, which work quite well.
I enjoyed the game, but basically it goes on the same, like shooting the monsters. The same monsters appear all the time.
Well, Alien Breed is very atmospheric, but if you're looking for an involved space adventure to blast away at for a while, you're going to be disappointed because it's the same a lot of the time.
Get ready! Next up, forget fair play as the sport of the future comes to the Mega Drive in Speedball 2.
It's basically like football with no rules, and the fact that you can beat the shit out of each other does make it far more entertaining than a straight football game.
I think where you can buy and transfer players is a really good idea, so you can build your team up.
I'd definitely recommend it. If you've got a Mega Drive and you've seen the Amiga version and interested in it, then you'll still find it a wholesome game that you can really get stuck into, even if there are a few presentation quirks that don't make it quite as good.
finally, on the PC, take to the stars for some aerial acrobatics in Wing Commander 2.
It's a lot of flash presentation and a lot of attempt to create an atmosphere with the graphics. And the thing is, when you get down to it, the graphics is all there is. There's not a lot of depth to the gameplay at all.
Looks all very nice, but incredibly boring to play. Very, very dull.
And now for this week's feature. With a cornucopia of new consoles either having just been released or about to hit the scene, console buyers face greater choice than ever before. Over the next few weeks, we'll be finding out whether these machines are the ultimate in gaming fulfillment or simply all mouth and no trousers. Today, Paul Lakin, editor of GameZone magazine, casts his peepers at the Neo Geo.
Most consoles claim to have arcade-style, arcade-quality graphics and sound. With the Neo Geo, you've actually got an arcade machine. If you possess your own Neo Geo, you can go and play the game in the arcade, save your game position on a credit card, take it home and continue playing at home. Quite why you'd want to do that, I don't know. The machine itself is very impressive. It's got the capability to put over 4,000 colours on screen at one time, and its 24-bit processor is the most powerful available at the moment. If you're feeling rich and you're feeling like the most powerful machine available, then the Neo Geo is the one to have, but it is a lot of money.
If you'd like more information about anything in the programme, you can call the GamesMaster Club. We'll give you the number at the end of the show.
A couple of stonking games there. Now, about this time every week, I don't half fancy a celebrity challenge. Well, this week is no different. To hear all about it, let's call up GamesMaster.
Nice to see you again. I do hope you enjoyed my last little jaunt. For my second challenge this week, I thought we might take to the piste with Ski or Die. A most amusing little game in which carefree young stunt skiers, or hot doggers as I believe they're called, perform dazzling aerial acrobatics. You will have 3 jumps with which to impress the panel of 6 judges. Marks are awarded for speed, altitude, difficulty of maneuver, and grace. So come out spinning and reach for the skies.
Well, our next 2 competitors are particularly suited to this game. Game players extraordinaire, as well as being masters of the piste. They're also 2 of the nation's most favourite DJs. From Capital Radio, please flap your hands fervently for Pat Sharp and Mick Brown. Now, Mick, first of all, how long have you been a joystick waggler?
Well, I've been a joystick waggler for quite a few years. I was once arrested for it, but ever since I took up this, I've found that you can't get arrested for it, so it's been quite a few years.
Okay, now, Pat, we know you're a games fan as well, but you're also quite a big skiing freak also.
Yeah, as you said, Dominic, you know, going on the piste is fun, but it's the old après ski that I prefer, just taking it easy, but I'm going to give it my best shot today.
Okay, now, I know there's a bit of rivalry between the 2 of you. I have to ask you, Pat, can you take Mick?
I'll have to ask my wife first.
Okay. To find out who wins this celebrity battle of the joystick tuggers, join us after these messages. Welcome back. We're getting ready for the battle of the DJs here. Mick Brown against Pat Sharp in an aerial skiing contest. Joining me in my pulpit piste from Computer and Video Games magazine is Tim Boone.
Hello, Domonik.
Tim, welcome back. Any general tips you could give to our 2 DJ game players?
Sure. The tips I'd give the guys is to waggle the joystick like hell before you actually take off, to get as far off as you can into the atmosphere and do as many loops and back spins and flips as you can. Really impress those judges. Really go for it, basically.
Okay, speed, skill and smoothness then, guys. Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, Mick, take your first jump. Mick's obviously going to try and get as much speed as he can.
Absolutely. He's got to wiggle that joystick like crazy to get so that when he hits the end of the slope, he's off into orbit.
Oh, when he's up high, it's a dappy and a double Mobius flip. He's going to straighten up. He's straightened up. What an opening jump from Mick Brown.
Very, very nice jump indeed.
Oh, low to high 60s. What a stunning opening jump. Average 31.9. And now, Mick, take your second jump.
Jump out.
So he's going to try and build up as much speed as possible. He's coming carefully down there, off the lip of it, and it's up. Oh, someone's gone wrong. Something, oh dear. And the crowd don't like that one. But he scored remarkably highly, Tim. Why was that?
It was a very clean jump. It was very fluid, but he didn't do very much. The judges are looking for fluidity and confidence as
But
well.
they like a bit of smoothness.
Yeah, but for the really high points, they like the action.
Okay, then, so Mick, take your third and final jump.
This is the big one.
So Mick's going to go all out here. He's battling his joystick like mad. He's coming off the lip. And he's, one daffy, two daffies, stuck in a daffy, and landed.
That's a safe jump.
A safe jump, quite a low score, but it could be enough, an average of 13.0. So Mick's total is, in fact, a mammoth 54.5. Well, Tim, Pat's going to have his work cut out to match that. How would you advise him to take each of his jumps?
I think that he should put some points straight down by doing a straightforward jump on the first jump. And if that's successful, really go for it. I'm talking about a triple loop, possibly.
Okay, let's see if Pat takes your advice. Pat, when you're ready, take your first jump. And there goes Pat down the slope. He's getting as much speed as he can. He's up the top. He's done one daffy. He's done one flip. This could be a big one. Averages 14.9 for his first jump. Tim just tried to be a bit too special, didn't he?
Absolutely. At the very last minute was just too ambitious. Should have left it as it was, gone for those big points, and he would have scored a massive amount for that.
Okay, so Pat needs quite a big jump here now. Here he goes to his second jump. And he's going down the wrong way. He's approaching the lip. It's a nice, pretty nice lip. One daffy, one flip, two flips. He's got to straighten up here now. Oh, and he's scored low with the judges there, 7.4. Now, by my calculation, he's got to score over 30 for his final jump. Tim, is it possible?
He can do it, but it's got to be something. He's got to go into orbit, basically.
Right, and he's got to land safely. That's where Pat's problems are, coming down to earth. Okay, Pat, your fans are cheering you on. Take your third and final jump. And Pat's falling down the wrong way. He's given it all his time. He's up in the air. He's done one backflip to the top, one daffy. He has a straightened up. Oh, he's straightened up just in time. 3.9, 3.8, 3.8, 3.8. 80.3 average. I don't think that's enough, Tim.
It was a good jump, but it simply wasn't enough. He needed something very spectacular there.
Okay, and the final score for Pat was 40.6. Just edged out by Mick, who is tonight's winner. Well, first of all, congratulations, Mick. Incredibly smooth jump in there. How did you manage to trounce Pat so thoroughly?
Well, it was all down to training. You know, I was out at Hampstead Heath the other night, and it all kind of worked well. You know, it was a bit cold, and it was great. It just paid off training.
Okay, well now, Pat, you did some very fancy work, but you just seem to be trying to do a bit too much there.
Well, my jumping's a bit like my jumper, really, a bit too much, so that's why.
I can quite agree with that.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, I'm afraid, Pat, that you've missed out on our star prize, which goes to Mick. Now, Mick, it's even better than a car. I'm sure you've won many awards for DJing, but none as special as this.
Trip around the world?
Our special, huge, golden GamesMaster joystick! Now, Mick, you can take that home, and I'm sure you could do a lot of damage with something like that.
I'm sure it could do a lot of damage to someone, yeah. So I shall gladly accept this on behalf of Capital FM, because I think, well, actually what we'll do, Pat, we'll put this in the Capital Foyer in London so everyone can come up and have a gaggle at my joystick.
Okay, great. Another round of applause for Pat Sharp and Mick Brown. Now, Pat and Mick obviously have their problems. We can't help them. However, if you do have a problem on a computer game, send it into GamesMaster and we'll see what he can do about it in the consultation zone.
Hello, GamesMaster.
Welcome to my kingdom. I am delighted to see you. And what have you got to ask me?
I've been playing Zelda for months, but I can't find the Guardian on level 7. Can you tell me where it is, please?
Zelda does indeed require a modicum of common sense. To locate the particular Guardian you are after, go to the top right-hand corner room, kill hands, and then push the block over to the right. A secret passage will appear, and if you go down it, you will find the Guardian.
Thanks a lot.
Next, please.
Hello, GamesMaster.
Hello, and nice to see you. Now, what can I do for you?
I keep getting killed at the end of the Dust Planet in Forgotten Worlds. How can I destroy the Dust Dragon?
Foolish boy. It sounds to me as if you've been overlooking the fact that the dragon's only weak point is its heart. Shots aimed anywhere else are simply wasted. If you stray low to avoid the razor claws and keep firing at the heart, you should have no trouble disposing of the beast.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thanks very much.
I'm sure you'll be very glad to see the back of that one. Next, please.
I've been told there's a warp on level 1 of Snake, Rattle and Roll, but I haven't been able to find it. Can you tell me where it is, please?
Indeed I can, young man, though I do feel you should have moved on from this game a long time ago. Oh, well, no matter. From the start, keep going right as fast as possible, avoiding all obstacles. Eventually, you will see a rocket. If you jump up and catch the rocket, you can walk to level 8.
That's great. Thanks very much.
Well, you will find it works. And that little revelation brings the session to an end. I do hope the advice is going to be of some use. Goodbye for now.
Now it's time for this week's final challenge. Let's go over to GamesMaster to find out what it's about.
The last of this week's challenges is on a game called The Rat, in which you need to guide an innocent, nappy-clad babe through a perilous maze where all manner of dangers lurk. Your task is to get through stage 1 of level 5. Anticipation is the key. If you let the child cop it, or if you dawdle and get caught by the scrolling screen, the challenge is over. Good luck. The life of an innocent child is at the mercy of your mouse finger.
And here, attempting to guide his very own child through the perils of our final challenge tonight, please could you give a very warm GamesMaster welcome to Michael Merrin. Welcome to GamesMaster, Michael.
Nice to be here.
Now, I think this is an incredibly tough game. Are you confident about it?
Just slightly, not very much though.
Right, have you been practicing a lot though?
For a few days.
Okay. If we'd like to go and have a little sit down in our pine hot seat there and we'll get ready to start the game.
Sure.
Joining me again as co-commentator is the lovely Tom Watson from Renegade. Welcome back, Tom.
Evening, Dominic.
Tom, what should Michael's general tactics be on Brat?
Particularly on this level, what he has to watch out for is the screen scrolling down and knocking the character off.
Right, okay. Michael, are you ready? Get guiding that baby. Okay, what's the first obstacle he must overcome here then?
Well, the first thing for Mike to watch out for, Dominic, is the shot, which we can see in the bottom right. What he's doing at the moment is he's picking up as many of these items as he can find. He'll need to use a lot of them later on. As you can see, he's put a triangle down there, which will stop the screen from scrolling down. This gives him more time to plan to put out the items which are going to stop things. He put some meat in the river. That's taken the shark out for a while.
Okay, now he's coming down a crossroads here. How could he go over these gaps here? Oh, he's putting them bridges.
Yeah, he's building the bridges. You can see at number 5 above the bridge icon in his control panel. That shows how many he can
little fellow there, there's a little prick and he's disappeared.
He has indeed. He's gone sailing upwards. Now he just has to watch out now for getting around this. There's a slide coming up, and he's using his dynamite to blow the bricks. He's got another shark to take out.
And is that a submarine he's about to pick up?
That's a submarine. He's going to need that a little bit later on. Yes.
Okay. So how is he doing now at the game?
He's doing pretty well. He's probably about halfway through at the moment. He's stopped on the edge. He's distracted the shark with some meat. Now he's giving the instruction to the character to go on further.
Right, what's this in the water here? Oh, that's gone as well. Now, how far is he through the game, Tom?
He's about halfway down there. I think he's doing extremely well.
Picking up items. He's got a bone there. Will that come in useful?
The bone will come in useful right at the end of the level. Now he's going to slide down this. He's put a stop token down. He's missed it, and there he goes.
Commiserations, Michael. Talk us through it. You were going very well, but then what went wrong?
Well, put a stop sign down in the wrong place where I wanted to stop, and the dog obviously came after me where I should have had a bone, so I kept going instead of stopping.
Right, well, you had the bone but didn't quite get the stop sign in place.
Yeah.
Well, have you enjoyed yourself anyway, Michael?
Yes, it's been great fun, yeah.
Well, we've certainly enjoyed looking at you. Thank you very much again, Michael Merrin. So that's it for tonight, but there's a sniff of Darjeeling in the air. So, it's on with the smoking jacket and off to the cloisters. Keep pounding the keyboard and we'll see you in 7 days. Good night. Now for those details about the GamesMaster Club. We have free t-shirts, new competitions and posters with information about the show. The number to call, and please dial carefully, is 0891 600 123. Calls are charged at 36 pence a minute off-peak and 48 pence at all other times. If you're under 18, please ask permission before making the call. Yes, it's GamesMaster time again, the one time of the week when you can forget all about the hassles of the firm EQ and get soft and moist about the things that matter in life. Freshly laundered towels, hot Ribena and video games. We've got our usual licorice all sorts of a show for you tonight with news, tips, reviews and 3 game playing challenges. We're going to go straight into the first one now, so let's call up the man who put the M in microchip, the GamesMaster.
Welcome. So you returned once more to pit your skills against one of my little challenges. I must commend your audacity. The first of this week's Jolly Jaunts is on a fishy little game called Robocod. To satisfy me, you will need to get through the very first level in less than 1 minute, collecting 50,000 points in the process. You can amass these points by collecting bonus items from around the level and by jumping on villains. A little tip. Don't forget to use the hydraulic stretch body, which will enable you to get past spikes unharmed when there's not sufficient room to jump. 50,000 points in 1 minute. Seize the moment.
And I think our audience here are looking a bit restless for some serious action. So what we'll do is throw out this challenge to them. If there's anybody out there who fancies taking on the guise of James Bond Robocod, could they please thrust their arms into the air? We'll try and pick 3 likely contestants. Who have we got? There's a young man peeking around there. Yes, how about you for the first contestant? And now let's see 2 more. Now who have we got? Oh yes, there's 2 girls together there. Yep, 2 girls together. Yes, those 2 girls there would like to come up as well. A round of applause for our 3 contestants. Lovely. Who have we got here?
Mark Wright.
Mark Wright, rock legend. Okay, and next we have?
Julie Marlowe.
Welcome to GamesMaster, Julie. And finally?
Claire McNeely.
Okay then, Claire, I think we're going to have you playing first, okay? So if you'd like to trot up to our game playing seat. Now, Mark and Julie, if you'd like to go over to the organ and turn your backs to us so you don't see what's happening when Claire's playing. If you'd like to sit there and we'll come to your turn in due course. And keeping me warm and toasty in the pulpit is GamesMaster's resident boffin, Dave Perry. Dave, welcome.
Hi, Dominic.
Now, Dave, it's very tough this. 50,000 points in 60 seconds. What's the best tip you can give them?
Well, the thing is just to get used to the controls. He's got a telescopic body in this one, which you can activate through the fire button. And when you're jumping on top of the bad guys, you've got to remember to pull down on the joystick so he disappears inside his armour.
Okay, let's hope our contestants bear that in mind. Claire, are you ready? Then your 60 seconds begin now. Okay. Okay, off we go. 60 seconds, 50,000
straight back for that star. That's a fairly hidden star. She did well to find that straight away. That gives her some extra energy and stop her getting killed quite so quickly. She doesn't want to get stuck under there because those spikes will kill her. She wants to use the that's it, fire button, the telescopic body, grab hold of it and shinny across.
Okay, now
marine
style. Object there. Is that important?
There's a few points there. She could have done with them, but she can still make the 50,000 without those objects there.
Okay, we're coming up for nearly halfway through the challenge, and she's and she's bought it. So unfortunately, Claire's challenge has ended there. If she'd like to swap with Mark, we'll go on to our second competitor. Round of applause for Claire. Now, Dave, what can Mark learn from Claire?
I think basically it's just use Robocop to his full extent. He's got lots of little tricks that he can use to get past obstacles.
Okay, Mark, are you ready?
Yeah.
Then your 60 seconds begin now. Okay, so of course Mark's holding along. He's done that first leap successfully.
He missed the little star that Claire found earlier.
Okay, but
he's got look at all these points here. Now he has to use that telescopic body that he's got to get across there. Fire button, Mark. That's it, hang on.
Okay, now he's walling across there. 12,100 points, 20 seconds gone, but he's life's pretty low.
Pull down the fire. That's it, there we are. He wants to stay on this platform now.
Oh, when he made it. Oh, when he just walloped by the snake.
Into the snake.
Halfway through the time and halfway through the points, but Mark's challenge is over. Round of applause for Mark. Okay, now Dave. Julie's our final contestant. How can you help her with this game?
Well, the pressure's off her a bit. She knows the other two haven't quite made the challenge. She's still got to do it within the minute, but, you know, once again, just take your time and use that telescopic body.
Okay, then. Julie, are you ready?
Yep.
Then your 60 seconds begin now. Okay, Julie's made a good start. She's got the
straight back to the start, and I give her a bit of extra life. She has to jump over these spikes.
Okay, she's pausing a bit. She's got to
go in there, but you know, she made up the energy with that star.
Oh, that's right.
She's got the technique here. She's got the old marine shimmy across the gap. Get to the other
well,
side.
that's a quarter of the time gone. 2,400
points.
Got
down on these lips. There she goes. That's it. Great. Get on that. She can sit on that platform. Brilliant. Mind the snake. Oh, she's got the furthest so far up onto this. Yes. She wants to hit a few of these.
Okay, she's going to
jump up and hit them. That's it. A bit harder. That's it. Get that penguin.
Oh, and she's over half. She's only got 20 seconds left. She's going to have
the next one.
Very, very quick. She's much quicker. She's only got 15 seconds left.
Yeah, get the tap. 27,000.
She's got to now.
That's poison.
She's got 10 seconds left. 20,000 points. She's going to have to really motor now. Oh, so spikes. What's the answer? 7,000 points. And 3 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. And then she's going to get it. Oh! Just out of time and just out of energy. The closest anyone's got, but Julie's challenge also ends in failure. All three is Julie, you got the closest out of all three of our competitors. Dave and I thought you were going to do it. Just a little bit of trouble near the end there with a snake, I think.
Yeah, it was a bit hard for me.
Okay, but did you enjoy coming in and playing?
Yeah.
Another round of applause then for our three contestants. Thank you very much. And while our contestants tread wearily away, we'll cast our eyes on this week's reviews. Our theme this week is adventure games. First off, claustrophobic caverns crawling with creepies swamped the Nintendo in The Immortal.
The Immortal is actually a very good game in its original incarnation. It still is a good game and it has worked really quite well on the NES.
I do like the adventure role-playing games. And this is certainly the best of its type on the Nintendo system.
I think they've done a very good job of it, bearing in mind the limitations of the hardware. I mean, you know, you don't expect sort of multicolour graphics, but they work well, and it's a good game.
Next up on the PC, LeChuck's back, and this time he's irate as everybody's favourite pirate returns in The Secret of Monkey Island 2.
The playability, it can't be beaten in my opinion. There's a lot of amusing text in there, and it's a very, very strong title indeed. It's funny, it's
sets a nice level of challenge, and it's very addictive. It's brilliant.
This game is so brilliant that I want to run away with it and marry it.
And finally, on the Master System, a caper a la Dungeons & Dragons, Heroes of the Lance.
A good role-playing title, good, very sound graphically, a little lacking in the sound.
I prefer something that's a bit more straightforward, and did find that Heroes of the Lance was really quite a specialist game.
Frankly, it's a bit slow, and it might not have a mass market appeal.
Okay, now for our new games section. One of this year's hottest games will undoubtedly be Alien 3. Here to give us a wee peek is Joe Bonner from Pro Software.
Alien 3 is a game based on what must be this year's most eagerly awaited film, Alien 3. You have to go round the complex, dodging aliens that come at you from out of the floor, out of the ceiling, from behind doors, all over the place, an utter infestation of aliens. Once you've managed to get past them, you actually rescue the prisoners and they bow at your knees in thanks. There are 15 levels like this, all with different graphics, and there is a big monster in each one for you to dispatch.
And finally, this week's special feature. These days, a computer game isn't worth nout unless it's accompanied by a funky soundtrack. So here's the top 5 in the GamesMaster Hit Parade. On a mission from God at number 5 are the Blues Brothers with the theme from Peter Gunn. At number 4, Mad, Bad and Kinda Monkey's Michael Jackson struts his way through Moonwalker to the sound of Smooth Criminal. Doing the do at number 3 is Betty Boo with the theme from Magic Pockets. It's straight in at number 2 for Cold Cut's top banana anthem, Global Chaos. But sitting pretty at the top of the GamesMaster Pops are Bomb the Bass with the Mega Blast riff from Xenon 2. If you'd like more information about anything in the programme, you can call the GamesMaster Club. We'll give you the number at the end of the show. Now it's time for our Celebrity Challenge, and we'll go over to GamesMaster to find out what it is.
It's time to go to the muscle and hyperbole of the World Wrestling Federation for the second challenge. Didn't have anything like that in my day, but rather fun, isn't it? The first person to achieve a fall, holding your opponent's shoulders to the canvas for 3 seconds, for those of you who don't know, wins. So flex those biceps and prepare to grapple.
No one likes a good grapple more than I do, and I am positively dribbling at the prospect of this bout. We have in the red corner, weighing in at 6 stone, the Hertfordshire hero, David Kay, and his opponent tonight, weighing in at considerably more than 6 stone, the most feared man in British wrestling, Kendo Nagasaki. David, welcome to GamesMaster. Now, how do you fancy your chances against the man who has pasted Big Daddy in the past?
Bit confident, but I'll see how it goes.
Okay, that's great. Now, you're against Kendo, or can I call you Ken? Okay. How do you fancy your chance against David? He's a bit smaller than your average opponent.
Dominic, excuse me.
I'm sorry, who are you?
I'm Lloyd Ryan, Kendo's manager. I'm afraid you'll have to talk to me because Kendo won't speak to anybody.
Okay, then perhaps you can answer then. How do you think Kendo will rate against an opponent somewhat smaller than he's used to?
I think you'll beat him quite easy. If he can beat people like Giant Haystacks and Pat Roach, I think this little fella here is going to be quite a walkover.
Well, I wonder what our audience has to say about that. Okay, well, it looks like it's building up to a thrilling contest between the young contender from Hertfordshire and the fearsome grappler Kendo Nagasaki. If you want to see the outcome, Join us after the break. Welcome back. If you've just joined us, then we're eagerly awaiting the bout of the century between young David Kay, the Hertfordshire hero, and the fearsome Kendo Nagasaki. With me at ringside, as always, is Jazz Rignall. Welcome, Jazz.
Hiya.
How do you see the fight going between young David and Big Kendo?
It's going to be a tricky one. I think what he needs to do is use kicks and punches to wear down the energy and then go for a quick pin.
Right, and in fact, David has actually taken the character of Hulk Hogan, and that's a fight that grapple fans in Britain have long wanted to see. Kendo Nagasaki against Hulk Hogan. Are the competitors ready? Seconds out, round one. And Hulk Hogan, oh, a flying kick, misses Kendo completely though. Kendo's pacing around, he's dodging him. Kendo tries a flying kick and he misses it. Hulk gets it, Hulk gets it through, Hulk gets it through. Hulk going to try and body slam. Oh my goodness me. Hulk misses completely with a flying kick, misses with a punch as well. Slams Kendo down, he's looking to get in front. Oh, and he's got an elbow drop, one elbow drop. Julian Rignall, what an exciting start to this fight.
He's doing well. He needs to get in there. Oh, he's going up the post.
Oh my God, he's at the post,
fly.
a flying leap. Oh, and he's just missed the flying leap.
Yeah, that was the old Hulk splashdown.
Oh, he's got him again. What a tremendous player this Hulk Hogan is here.
Hulk hasn't lost any energy yet. He's really taking Nagasaki to the cleaners at the moment. He needs to keep jabbing with that A button. He's wasting time at the moment. He needs to get in close, keep jabbing with the A button, reduce that energy and then pin him. He'll be dead.
Right, so the longer Kendo goes without being hit, his energy actually goes back up again. Yes. Oh my God, Hendo's climbing up the corner post. Well, he's taking the leap, but Hulk dodged.
He went for the drop kick and completely missed it there. It was an opportunity
now Hulk's
wasted.
behind them, Hulk's picked up, he's running, is he going to No, he's going up to the corner post again. Hulk tries to jump, but he just misses.
No,
oh, he's out of the ring.
He's out of the ring.
Oh my God,
he
he
must
must
get unless he
get...
funds it in there. So
oh no, he's backing in, tries another jump, just misses Kendo. Kendo's down. He's going to try and go for the pin. He's got it from behind, flung him over the shoulder, one elbow drop, right in there.
He's got him.
Oh!
Nagasaki's out of energy. All he needs to do is pin him now and it's all over. He's got to get in close. He's got to use A button.
Oh no, but Hulk takes the fall. Oh, and Kendo's flying at the corner post there. Hulk needs, oh, he's got him, he's got to pin him down now, he's got to pin him down, he's got to pin him down, he's pinned him down, one! David, congratulations. One fall in the very first round. You certainly gave Kendo a pasting there.
Sure did.
Well, we'd like to offer you our congratulations and a couple of very special prizes. Firstly, the prize that everybody wants to get their hands on, our special, humongous, golden GamesMaster joystick.
Thank you.
And as a little extra, the official WWF Championship belt. Congratulations, David.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Ryan, what have you got to say about Kendo's defeat?
I haven't got to say anything about Kendo's defeat. I think we've been conned and we're not staying in here. We're going.
Well, all I could say is there's no place for losers on this show, only winners. But sometimes even winners have problems, and if you're stuck in a particular game, why not write in to your favourite agony uncle, GamesMaster.
Hello, GamesMaster.
Oh, I'm delighted to see you. Welcome to my kingdom. Now, are we ready?
On Zelda, I can't for the life of me find the whistle in the second quest. Do you know where it is?
I do indeed, young man. Locating it requires a modicum of initiative. The whistle is in the blank square in the middle of the level. To get there, you need to go through to the room directly above it, and then walk down through the wall, as the wall is false. Have you got that?
Yes, thanks very much.
Splendid. Well, go and try. Who's next up, I wonder?
Hello, GamesMaster.
Now, what can I do for you?
I keep getting killed as I run down the snow hill on the second stage of Strider. What am I doing wrong?
Let me see. If I remember correctly, the secret there is not to run at all, but rather to jump as you start your descent, and keep on jumping until you approach the bottom. That should enable you to jet down the snow hill unscathed.
Oh, thanks very much. Bye.
Next, please. I wonder who we have now.
Hello, GamesMaster. In Mega Man, how do you kill the big orange Sandman? I'm finding it's impossible to get past him.
Oh dear, more death and destruction. At least they're all villains, I suppose. Now listen. To dispose of the big orange Sandman, you'll need to jump over his body parts as they come onto the screen. And then, when he is completely formed, use your elect gun to shoot him in the eye. Does that satisfy your destructive lust?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Well, enough good deeds for the time being. See you anon.
So, some juicy computer tidbits this week. Now for our final challenge, let's see what GamesMaster has planned.
I thought tonight we'd go out with a flurry on Thunder Force 3. Your mission is to get to the underwater world of Siren. But just to spice things up a little, I thought we'd have a bit of a hoot and put it on the rather tricky Mania mode. As well as negotiating the treacherous currents, you'll need to avoid or destroy all manner of mutant hybrids hell-bent on your destruction. Only then will you be able to take on the decidedly resilient Piscine end-of-level Guardian, the last obstacle between you and glory. Good luck. The galaxy is depending on you.
And the person about to thrust his way through all manner of underwater opposition is tonight's final contestant, Jeremy Gomez. Welcome to GamesMaster, Jeremy. Now, in this game, you're on the planet Siren on Mania level. It's going to be pretty tough, isn't it?
Yeah.
How do you fancy your chances?
I'm not exactly confident, but I'll have a go.
Okay, because it's the toughest level that you are on. Well, Jeremy, you got a lovely T-shirt, so I wish you all the best. If you'd like to sit in a hot seat, we'll get ready to play.
Okay, thanks.
And joining me for a furious thrash in the pulpit is Neil West from Sega Power. Welcome, Neil.
Hi.
Now, Neil, I'm not kidding this time. This is a tough game.
This is very tough. Thunder Force 3 is a tough game at the best of times, but on Mania level, it's almost impossible. There is one tip that I would give Jeremy, and that's make use of the weapons. You can pick up new ones as you go along, and you get 2 different ones to start off with, and they are useful for different things. So just make the most of those.
Okay, then. Right, so Jeremy, you have to get to the end of the level and kill the Guardian. Neil says, use your weapon wisely. Are you ready? Then start the game.
Off he goes.
Okay, lovely tranquil water, but it's going to change quickly, Neil.
It certainly will.
Oh, he's bought
lost
one
a life
already.
Those tranquil little bubbles actually will buffet your ship around, often knocking you into enemies, so you really got to watch out for them.
Okay, not the best of starts, but he's got lovely little mutant shellfish coming out here.
When they named this level Mania, they weren't joking. It really is impossible.
Now, what's his W then?
Right, pick up that W. He's now got an extra weapon. Press the C button and he'll be able to switch onto a different weapon, which he ought to do very soon. He's chosen not to at the moment. There he goes.
Oh, he's got it in his nose tonight. He got it, then he lost it. Now he's come out to a very tight passage here. This is underwater, which makes it even more tricky.
Just got to keep a cool head and keep going.
Oh, he's bombing again.
He's only just missed an extra life as well. That was a big mistake.
Oh my God, mutant lobster with a Barry Sheen helmet on.
He's got to kill this thing off before he passes it. Oh, too late. He'll now get a shot from
reverse. He's firing out of its derriere. Oh, he's dodged them quite well.
He dodged that very well indeed, but the trouble isn't over yet.
Oh no, he's on his last light now. Things aren't looking good for Jeremy. I pity him out there.
Not good at all. Okay, it's cleaned up a bit now. Not too much going on screen, but he still isn't out of the woods.
He's aiming in the wrong part to destroy that.
He is. He won't hit him on the helmet because the helmet's invincible. Okay, that was well done.
Lovely manoeuvring there. Oh my God!
Straight from the top.
Right on his head, stomped him a bit. Game over for Jeremy.
Nice try.
Jeremy, you found that pretty tough going, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Any bits in particular that were very hard?
Well, the current pushing me up and the fact that there wasn't much space to manoeuvre in, so...
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much again, Jeremy Gomez. So, with that exhilarating but ultimately fruitless effort, tonight's show comes to an end. Well, it's smoking jacket and steaming jasmine time. We'll see you in 7 days for another GamesMaster. Good night.
Now for those details about the GamesMaster Club. We have free t-shirts, new competitions and posters with information about the show. The number to call, and please dial carefully, is 0891 600 123. Calls are charged at 36 pence a minute off-peak and 48 pence at all other times. If you're under 18, please ask permission before making the call.
Hello and welcome to GamesMaster, the kind of show that your mother warned you about and your granny kept under a favourite chair next to her mint humbugs. Games reviews, tips and challenges and a lovely little souffle recipe from my Auntie Mauritia all add up to a piping hot show delivered warm into your inviting lap. Now for the first of our game playing challenges, let's go over to a man who's had my auntie's souffle and come back for more, the GamesMaster.
Welcome to my kingdom, where games are generated and challenges conceived. I'm so pleased you've been able to join me once again. The first of my little challenges this week involves a decidedly feisty young superhero by the name of Strider. You have 3 minutes to guide him through the Russian city of Kazafu and to defeat the city's final guardian, a gargantuan metallic reptile. The forces of good are depending on you. Try not to let them down.
And attempting to stride magnificently through the perils of this challenge is a young man from Harrow. Please flap your hands fervently for Chevron Hart. Welcome to GamesMaster, Chevron. Now, I think this challenge is pretty much impossible. Are you confident?
Yep.
Well, I have my doubts, Chevron, but I wish you all the best. If you'd like to plump yourself in our games playing chair, we'll get ready to begin. And back again with us in the commentator's pulpit is Neil West from Sega Power. Welcome back, Neil.
Hi, Dominic.
Now, Neil, this is a very tough challenge. What tips can you give Chevron?
Yeah, you weren't joking when you said it was near impossible. Basically, the time limit is very, very strict. Basically, one piece of advice, make full use of the power-ups. Not only can he get some extra energy, which will help him no end, but he can also pick up droids, which will march ahead of him, fly above him, and that will take out most of the baddies if he uses them properly.
Okay, well, the challenge is, just to reiterate, 3 minutes to get to and destroy the end of level Guardian on level 1. It's a very tough challenge. Are you ready, Chevron? Yes. Then get striding.
Okay, and he's off.
Okay, now what's his first initial obstacles he's overcome?
These first few baddies are really no problem. He can just flex his arm. He's got this lightsaber, which is very, very helpful. He mustn't waste too much time kicking people from behind. Time limit is very, very strict, so he just must concentrate on keeping running. Lovely somersault.
Lovely double somersault there. That scores 10 points from the Finland judge.
It certainly does. Jumping's a good idea. It's faster than walking. So
he's just taken a walk from that guy. Lost one energy bar there.
That's right. You see the green energy bars up at the top. He started with 3. He's now down to 2. Okay, now there we go. Now we've got a droid. That will walk down ahead of him, sort out the baddies for him. The only trouble is it's quite slow, so it might hold him up. Right. This is tricky. Now he can do 2 things. He can either wait for them to lift, which is what he did. That cost him time. He could, however, have slid underneath them. Okay.
Oh my word, Charles Atlas here. How's he going to do this?
Now down to the first boss. There's a definite method to this, and he's got it. You wait under there, and you just hammer him.
Okay, well we're coming up to 1 minute gone. He's got 3 minutes to do this challenge.
He's doing very well indeed. Climbing up again, takes that. Now he's got the droid below him, and he's got the eagle above him. That should take care of a lot of the baddies.
Oh, what's this horrific, humongous thing coming?
Okay, it took a hit. It took half a hit. You see one of the energy meters is down to red, so he's got 1.5 left. Climbing up here, that's there you go. He's got an extra energy bar.
Humongous,
but he lost it again. He lost it again. Okay, he's not doing too bad at all. He's down to half energy. He's about halfway through.
Okay, 1.5 minutes as well. He's halfway through his time.
He got another energy bar, and if he grabs that, he'll have a big sword. Now, he mustn't waste too much time getting that. Okay, down the hill. Okay, he's leaping to save time. Very good move.
Cleverly leaped over the spider.
He knew that was coming up. Okay.
Now, where are we now?
Right, he must crouch down, and he's got it.
Oh, is this some kind of laser defense system?
That's right. Guarding the Coombs underneath. There you go, he's made it.
Oh, yes, what a smooth piece of play.
That was a very, very clever move indeed. He took out the laser beam while he was falling. Very, very useful.
Okay, and that's 2 minutes now. He's got 1 minute left. Oh, my, that's a lovely, lovely piece of acrobatics there from him.
He took a good shortcut. He's now down to the boss. Now he's got to work out his
oh my word, they're all jumping together.
Here we go.
What are they doing?
Here we go. This is a caterpillar with its brandishing its...
Oh my word, and he's got him already.
It's gone. No problems whatsoever.
With 45 seconds to spare, Chevron made short work of that. Well done, Chevron. Chevron, that was unbelievable. I said at the start I thought it was impossible, but you proved me wrong. Was there any point where you thought, Dominic's right, it is impossible?
When my energy went down at first, I was a bit worried, and the only difficult was the time.
Yeah, but you leap past those spiders especially. I thought we were going to snarl you a bit, but they didn't. But Chevron, you win one of the most prestigious and certainly the most aesthetic prize in television, a golden GamesMaster joystick! Chevron and his joystick stride majestically into the sunset, we'll take a look at this week's reviews. This week, hold on tight and try not to eject as we look at flight simulations. First up, on the Amiga, get high as a kite with Birds of Prey.
Now, Birds of Prey is really sort of the Ferrari of flight sims. I mean, you're looking at something which is so horrendously complicated that you're quite chuffed you can actually get out of the hangar and take off.
It was complicated enough to be interesting, but not overcomplicated, so you got bored of it.
If you're sort of more of a train spotter sort of flight sim fan, then who wants everything to be accurate, you'll love it.
Next up on the Mega Drive, pick out those bogies with a sidewinder or two in F-22 Interceptor.
Loads and loads of hours of play there. Brilliant stuff, great graphics, great sound.
On F-22, I just felt a little bit detached, a little bit removed. Maybe the colour's just a bit too bright, I'm not sure. Something looked console-y about it and not a simulation.
F-22 was not very good because it was just there was too complicated controls on the joypad.
Finally, on the Amiga, Pip Pip Tally-Ho whacks that moustache and chalks away in the World War I simulation Knights of the Sky.
Knights of the Sky is good simply because it takes you back to the basics of seat-of-the-pants flying, as it was World War I style.
The only drawback to Knights of the Sky is your enemy is a bit crap, really. I mean, one shot and they go down in loads of flames.
Now for our new game section. A game that's bound to get flight simulation fans rubbing their helmets with glee when it's released later this year is Attack. Julia Coombs from Microprose Software gives us a sneak preview.
Attack is set in the year 2001. It's in Colombia. You assume the role of Supreme Commander of a US government-controlled undercover agency. There are no set missions in Attack. There's just one overall objective, and that is to bankrupt the drug barons of Colombia. What we want to achieve with the game really is to extend the parameters that are set by current flight simulators on the market at the moment, because not only is there a true-to-life flight simulation aspect to the game, but there's also a huge strategy element in there as well.
For more information about anything in the programme, you can call the GamesMaster Club. We'll give you the number at the end of the show.
Now we go on to our Celebrity Challenge, and here to detail it, once again, is the GamesMaster.
Hello again. As you probably noticed by now, I'm rather partial to a bit of sport. Mens sana in corpore sano, as they say. For this week's second challenge, I thought I'd opt for a rather quirky new sport called baseball. If you don't know the rules, it's rather like our rounders. Contestants will have one innings each in which to score as many runs as possible. An innings is over when 3 batsmen are out. So keep your eye on the ball and give it your best shot.
And to play this challenge, we are very lucky to have World Neo Geo Baseball champion Emily Cash, who will be playing a husband who by some strange quirk of fate is a pretty big hitter himself, 1987 Wimbledon champion Pat Cash. Now, Emily, if I could start with you, you're obviously the pre-match favourite. Are you going to crush Pat into the ground tonight?
Pulverise him.
Oh, yeah. That's good to see. Now, Pat, you're a pretty big hitter on the court. Are we going to see that converted into a lot of home runs?
Well, I hope so. I mean, I've got a good eye for it, but, you know, she's a terrific pitcher, so I don't know. I might have to win it with my pitching. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, we've obviously got a bit of a grudge match here. If you want to see who wins between Emily and Pat Cash, join us after these messages. Welcome back to GamesMaster. We are ready for a thrilling baseball contest between Emily Cash, who's playing the Wildflowers baseball team, and her husband, 1987 Wimbledon champion Pat Cash, who's opted for the comic Astro Boys. With me in the commentating box is Tim Boone from Computer and Video Games Magazine. Tim, welcome to the ballpark.
Hi, Dominic.
Now, general tips for our two players today. 1 innings each, they've got to score quickly.
Absolutely. Well, Pat's up to bat first, and he's got to hit it as hard and fast as he can. With just 1 inning, there's no time for mistakes. He's got to go for those home runs. Emily's got to pitch well, field well, which means catching the ball whenever possible and coordinating her fielders at all times. It's going to be a tense match, this.
Okay, and we must remember at 1 innings each, if there's no runs, it goes down to hits. So every single swing of the bat is important. Are our competitors ready?
Absolutely.
Then let's play ball. And we have Emily pitching first to Pat. He's going to start off with a nice strong pitcher, I feel. And it's, oh, a nice little sneaky pinch it there from Pat. It's not going to be enough, he's out.
First out for Pat.
Okay, so comes in for the second one. Oh, again a small hit. But he could get away with this one. It's going to be very close. He throws to the first base. Pat's running in and he's just made it.
He's safe.
So he come up for third man in and he's, oh, a lovely little strike there. Floating, rising ball there from Emily. Emily altering her pitches very well in this game. Pat swings again, a little ground ball here. Is he going to make it? It could be a 1-base hit here and they're safe.
Must be said, Emily's pitching very well.
And here comes again, it's the fourth man in, Jeff of the comic Astro Boys. Emily pitches, swings. That could be going all the way, no it's not, but it's in the outfield. And they're safe on. Oh, and she's running for home. Pat Cash is running for home. And he's going to get there. 1-1 to Pat Cash.
Great play from Pat. Great play. A great hit, used very well.
All of a sudden, Pat's in a very strong position. 1 run, 2 men on base.
Yep.
Emily comes in there. She's got to keep this tight. And Pat's done another huge hit. It's up in the air. It could be a catch here. And he's got 2 men on the base. He's going to have to sort that out here. It could be a double play by Emily here. Oh, but in fact, Pat is safe there. Big fielding error from Emily there.
No, in fact, she was playing safe because if you see, Pat's got a player on third base. She's playing safe by delivering it to fourth, so he can't score the home.
Right, thank you for correcting me on that one, Tim. Strike 1 for Emily. Very important strikeout needed here. Strike 2 here.
Last strike coming up.
And here it comes again, and it comes in. Oh, and it's a hit there. And could it be gone for home? Could it be out? Is it going to be caught? No, it's not. And it's going to be another run for Pat Cash. She's bringing the home base. It's going to be very, very good. Yes! Intercepted by the pitcher and that proved to be the undoing. 2-0 to Pat Cash. Again, 2 men on the bases.
Great position for Pat to be in.
Swings again. Pat hits it again. The bases are loaded. He's coming in for another home run here. And this is looking... Oh, he's got 1 run and he could be getting a second. His man's running for a second. Will Emily get it to home base first of all? I think she's chosen the wrong base. She has indeed. Pat Cash 4-0 up against Emily. It's going to take some beating out, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. No room for mistakes in this game. Pat's now 4 up.
And only 1 out here.
Absolutely.
Emily pitches in again. Oh, strike 1.
Me with that one. Pitching very well, but Pat is batting extremely well.
He just got the timing exactly right on this game. Oh, nicely left by Pat Cash there. The ball missed the plate, so it was called as a ball. Swings it again. That's over the plate, but Pat hit it straight to the pitcher.
Oh, great. Fantastic play.
Oh.
Fantastic play from Emily there.
Emily got the first man out, but missed the man running to home base.
Yep.
And the result of this is Pat is now 5-0 up. Emily pitches in, but it's 2-0. Oh, strike 1. 2 more strikes, and Emily is in bat. Pitches in again. Strike 2.
Very important ball here.
Come on.
Emily pitches in. But Pat there with a total of 5 runs, 6 hits. It looks like the Comic Astro boys are going to win this one.
Yep, very little Pat could have done there against those pitches, but then again, he's 5 up now. Emily's got her work cut out.
So Pat pitches in Emily, the first pitch in there. Emily hits it, ground run for 1, but I think she's going to be out there. 1 out to Pat.
Good drive.
Oh dear, it's not looking good for Emily, but then Pat started off the innings with an out as well.
That's right. Anything can happen.
Pitches it in again. Oh, a nice little pincher there. Is she going to make it to first base? Pat's throwing the ball and it's going to be very, very close to out.
This is where Emily needs the big hit to stay in the frame here. She's got to have a really big, she's got to go for home run.
So it's up to Orchid of the Wildflowers here. Very, very nervous times here in the GamesMaster ballpark. Switch. Emily, nice little pinch run, but it's going to be very... Oh, a fielding error by Pat there. Lets Emily get the first base.
I think that field has gone short-sighted somehow.
Pat pitches into Emily, swings it. Oh, another ground hit. This is looking dangerous. This is looking very dangerous indeed. Oh, what a save! Pat hesitated slightly there. Another fielding error from Pat.
Yeah, he's obviously proved he can hit them. When it comes to catching them and throwing them, oh dear, different thing altogether.
Different ball game. Again, very tense here. Pat pitches in. It's a big hit from Emily. Oh my word! That could go all the way. Oh, but she's got 2 men on the base here. One of them's going to run the third. I think we're going to see an out here. One of Pat's throwing again. Oh my word! Emily had 2 runners running to the same base. Pat tagged one of them, so it's the end of the ball game. Pat is the winner. Emily, commiserations. You started off pitching like a dream, but then Pat started banging you all over the ballpark. What went wrong?
Well, I think my girls, they couldn't keep their eye on the ball. I think they had their eyes on the other team.
Very understandable. Pat, you big bully. You smashed your poor wife into far reaches never even explored by baseballs.
Nah, I think she let me win, actually. I mean, she did a couple of fumbles, and, you know, I got a bit lucky there, but, you know, it was a lot of fun.
Right, well, it was a very entertaining match, Pat, but unfortunately there has to be one winner, and it was you. And we'd now like to present you with the ultimate television prize, the Golden GamesMaster Joystick. And another round of applause for Pat and Emily Cash. Now, while I take a little breather after that hectic encounter, let's find out the latest tips and cheats in GamesMaster's consultation zone.
Hello, GamesMaster.
Welcome to my kingdom. I am delighted to see you. And what have you got to ask me?
I'm playing the game Link for several months now, and I found a hidden town, but I cannot find a magic key. Do you know where it is, please?
Do I indeed, you audacious young urchin? Once you reach the hidden town, pick up the spell, and then cast it at the far right of the town. That will make a door appear. Inside that door, you'll find the magic key.
Thank you.
Who's next, please?
Hello, GamesMaster.
Oh, I'm delighted to see you. Welcome to my kingdom.
I've heard that there's a hidden room on level 2 of Alex Kidd. I've been looking everywhere for it, but I just can't find it. Where should I be looking?
Oh dear, we really are rather behind, aren't we? You will find the room just past the cage eagle. Simply jump up and down to break the rocks on the ground, and the hidden entrance to the room will reveal itself.
Thanks, bye.
Well, I'm always here to help you if I can. We have one more today, I think. I wonder who it is.
Hello, GamesMaster. I keep getting killed trying to get past the robot dinosaur at the end of Escape from the Planet of the Robot Monsters. Is there any advice you can give me?
Escape from the Planet of the Robot Monsters? Oh, yes. Rather a tricky one, this. You need to place your character against the grey door to the right of the screen. Then waggle your joystick left and right while continually dropping bombs. This will eventually result in you slipping through the gap in the doors and away from the troublesome beastie.
Great, thanks very much.
Oh, well, I'm starting to feel rather weary. Enough pearls of wisdom for 1 week, I think. But don't forget to keep the queries coming.
Now we go on to our eagerly awaited third challenge. Let's go to GamesMaster.
After the rather frivolous antics of the previous challenge, I thought we should perhaps end tonight's show on a slightly more serious note. I've therefore plumped for a little puzzle from the game Terminator 2. You have 100 seconds in which to reassemble the robot's scrambled face. If you succeed, the face will smile. Let's hope it'll be no problemo for you.
Now, we thought for a change, why not throw this challenge out to the members of our fluffy congregation here? So if there is anybody out in the audience who wants to grab their chance at a few minutes of fame by tackling the Terminator challenge, could you please thrust their arms up in an orderly manner? Now, how about that gentleman there? Would you like to come on down? Let's give him a round of applause. Welcome to GamesMaster. And your name is?
Martin.
And where are you from, Martin?
I'm from Stanmore in Middlesex.
Right, now do you know the Terminator 2 game?
Yeah.
So you're familiar with our puzzle challenge?
Yeah.
If you'd like to plonk yourself down in our hot seat, we'll get ready to start the game. And joining me in the pulpit again is Tom Watson from Renegade. Hello again, Tom.
Hello again, Dominic.
Now, this is a bit of a tough challenge, this Terminator one, isn't it?
It is a bit. I think we'll all recognise the game principle, but seeing it on a computer screen really does change it. And of course, there's a timer, so the player can't hang around.
Okay then. Martin, are you ready? Then get solving that puzzle. Right, so Tom, what should Martin's general tactics be? We know the puzzle, how does it change in a computer format?
Well, I think one of the things here is that he really has to look at the picture at the bottom right, which will give him the clue, albeit in black and white, of what he has to do in getting Arnie's face back together again. I think one of the real differences between the original physical, we can actually see he's getting the eyebrow section in there, and he's just lining that up nicely. Right. One of the real differences here is that you don't have that sort of sense of touch and the ability to see the pieces closely. He's got 65 seconds left, so he seems to be doing okay. They seem to be forming into a sequence.
Right, that's good.
The eye's going into place now. He's getting the flesh areas together. You can see a part of the nose. So there, that drops into place. Yeah, I think he's doing quite well.
Right, 50 seconds, just about halfway through his time. The crowd are giving him their encouragement. And this boy's doing remarkable. Oh, he's paused a bit there, maybe a little bit, getting a little bit tricky now as he gets near the end of the puzzle, Tom.
It has this habit of doing that. He's got one piece just slightly out of position. There it goes, the eye. Now he's got to get the right-hand side of the eye into place. He's trying to work it round, but as you can see, he's got the flesh in the way.
It's not quite going. The time is ticking down. There's only 22 seconds left here. It's getting very tense. That looks like he's getting near there, though, but it's just, it's not quite going there, Tom. Any advice for him?
Well, he's got that section. Yes, he's working down the bridge of the nose now. He really needs to get that central forehead piece into position. He's trying it at 7 seconds.
Okay, 6, 5, 4, 3. He's not going to make it. 2, 1. Oh, and he's just out of time there. Commiserations, Martin. At one stage there, it looked very, very close. What went wrong?
Well, as I got closer to the end, the pieces were harder to spot where they actually went, and I couldn't slot them in together.
Well, we were all oohing and eyeing, everybody here. You put up an incredibly good show. Thank you very much for coming in to play GamesMaster. Martin. And that's all for tonight's show. I'm off for an Earl Grey. Keep snug and warm till next week. Good night. Now for those details about the GamesMaster Club. We have free t-shirts, new competitions and posters with information about the show. The number to call, and please dial carefully, is 0891 600 123.
Calls are charged at 36 pence a minute off-peak and 48 pence at all other times. If you're under 18, please ask permission before making the call.
Thank you. Hello and welcome to GamesMaster. If it's 6:30 and it's Channel 4, then get ready for the most succulent half hour of the week. If you're not tuned to Channel 4, then I suggest you get your television fixed because you're picking it up somehow. If it's not 6:30, then you are in fact dreaming about me, which is intensely flattering but doesn't help the ratings. Tonight we have our usual Lancashire hot pot of a show with news, tips, reviews and the first of our game-playing challenges to be set by the man who rules the circuits with a somewhat fluffy rod, the GamesMaster.
Greetings. I am absolutely delighted that you've decided, once again, to pitch your skills against one of my little challenges. Let's hope you've got what it takes to be successful. First off this week, I thought we'd have some fun on zany golf. A miniature windmill, telescopic walls, these are just some of the oddities you'll need to negotiate if you're going to win. The person who completes the most holes without running out of shots will be the victor. So keep a steady hand and beware of those yips.
Our contestants for this challenge have a somewhat Oedipal bent to them. A father and son contest. Who can keep the nerve in the sudden death playoff? Please give a warm GamesMaster welcome to Nigel and Adam Bolton. Welcome to GamesMaster, Nigel. And welcome, Adam. Now, Nigel, if I can start with you, Nigel, it's very good to see, how shall I say it, the older games player on the show. Who plays the most games in the house, then?
Oh, he does, definitely.
Right, but you still wrestle the joystick off him now and again?
Constantly. Can't keep away from it.
Okay. Now, Adam, how do you fancy your chances against your dad? Who usually wins at the games?
Well, usually it's me, but sometimes my dad can win it. It depends what type of game it is, really.
Okay, if you'd like to go and take your places in the hot seat, we'll get ready to begin the game. Joining me for even more punishment in the pulpit is Tim Boone from Computer and Video Games magazine.
Hello,
Welcome
Domonik.
back, Tim.
Thanks.
Now, what's general tips you could give the players for zany golf?
Well, there's always something going to come at you, give you some trouble. Basically, play like a lunatic.
Okay, should be a lot of fun to watch then. Are our two competitors ready?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, Adam, tee off. Now, Tim, where's the hole in this first screen?
You can't actually see the hole on the screen here. It's actually hidden towards the bottom. But to get there, what Adam needs to do is to put the ball down the chute, which you can see marked by the arrows, to get to the bottom, which is exactly what he's just done.
I see. So where will that come out
It's
then?
rolling out of the lighthouse, just behind the wall.
All right, so quite a safe first shot.
Safe first shot.
Okay, now his father Nigel here. I wonder if you'll try a different approach.
Nigel can go for something a bit spectacular. If he hits it really hard at the top, he can actually go through the windmill for bonus points, but I don't know if he feels that confident about it.
No.
Disastrous first shot, disastrous.
Oh, and he's right back. He's even further back than when he began.
Absolutely.
Now, will Adam take advantage of this? So what can we see him doing? Oh, he's taking the shot already, and he's going to bounce off the fence, I think, into quite a nice straight position.
Adam's actually taken a very careful shot. What he's done is lined himself up so he's straight onto the hole.
Okay.
Away he goes.
Oh,
off the wall.
Oh, no.
Oh, dearie me.
Oh, dear. So Nigel's dropped two shots. It's not looking terribly good for Nigel.
I think he needs some extra tuition, actually, at this stage.
Okay, meanwhile, we go back to Adam, who's in a very, very good position indeed and
Adam's
could wrap
looking
up
good.
the match in this first hole.
Absolutely.
So again, he can afford to be really cautious here, can't he?
Yep.
Oh, but he's let go with that one. Oh, could that... Oh, he's just missed that. Meanwhile, Nigel has 3 shots left, but if he can't get up the tunnel in this one, maybe he can get a free stroke.
Maybe he can. I think that's exactly what he's going for. He's in!
Oh,
Now that's more like it. Back on the... Oh! Excellent, excellent shot.
Now, immediately, Nigel leaps back in that game. But here comes Adam here, going trying to sink this putt with this one. He's got quite a lot of strength on his mouse bar there. It's very, very tense here indeed.
Rebound in, and in he goes. Smart shot there. Using the wall to rebound in. Excellent shot.
So now we have Nigel again. Quite a straight shot here.
He's only got the one shot left, and he's in with it.
Oh, he's in with it.
Went for broke, scored, excellent recovery. At one stage, we all thought he was doomed.
That's right, we thought he was out of the ball game. But as it is, we're going to go into the second hole, with in fact, Nigel, because of him going through the windmill, is a stroke ahead.
Absolutely. The hole is somewhere over to the right. You can't see it on the screen. If you make a mistake, you can end up in completely the wrong place.
Okay.
It's very important that you get this right. And basically, to get it right, you have to go over the first wall and rebound with the second.
So a very crucial first stroke.
Adam must know the trick. If he gets it wrong, he's got it wrong. But he could be very, very lucky here.
Oh, is this going to slip down here? Oh, my word.
He was very nearly extremely lucky.
But now we come on to Nigel here, who really must fancy his chances now too.
As long as he can negotiate the rules correctly, that's the important thing.
But again, if you muck up the first stroke here, you could well be in trouble.
Absolutely.
Oh, and it's got... Oh, my word.
Excellent.
Oh, nearly another hole in one.
Very close indeed.
Oh, dear. So I'm afraid things aren't looking good for Adam now
They
too.
aren't. Adam's in a bit of a pickle. What he needs to do actually is use this hill to curve his ball around into the...
Which he has done, and it's rolling down there. It's going to rebound, leaving him up with quite a straight shot, but he's only got one stroke left.
Absolutely.
It's going to be very tough now. Nigel has played this hole to perfection so far. And here it goes, off the wall, just missed. Okay, now, very, very tense moment here. Adam prepares for his last stroke. Quite a straight shot, but he doesn't want to overplay it, Tim.
Absolutely, he's got to get this bang on. I think he's looking not too bad with that.
Oh, and I see, he's just missed it. Oh, no! Tragedy for young Adam
What
there.
a shot, yeah, very.
2 strokes left. This could be getting quite tense for
2 left. He
Nigel
needs
as
one
well.
straight shot. He needs to get that. He needs to get the cursor straight behind the ball.
And here it goes, and he's sunk it, and Nigel is the winner! Congratulations, Nigel. You struggled at the start, but that was some shot you pulled out of the windmill at the start. That turned the game, didn't it?
Well, I thought I'd lost it, but excellent shows through in the end, doesn't it, really?
Well, now, Adam, what do you have to say to that?
Well, I tried to, but the mouse was still a bit funny. It wasn't like when we was at home. Even at home, the mouse button wasn't that good.
On a good day, you think you could give your dad a pasting?
Yeah.
Okay, well, the best golfers win the best prizes, and this is no exception, because the winner here has won a special GamesMaster Golden Joystick, and that goes to... Oh, hang on a minute, we've just had a last-minute judge's decision, in fact, and Nigel has been disqualified for being far too old to play video games in the first place. So I'm afraid the Golden Joystick goes to Adam! Have a round of applause, Nigel and Adam Vulcan. Now, we know how good a game as any golf is, but you can't always choose a game by its cover. Here to help you decide what to spend your pennies on, we now go to our reviews section.
The theme for this week is sports games. First up on the Mega Drive, experience some awesome gridiron action in John Madden 92.
John Madden 91 really was the best sports simulation for me of last year. Well, John Madden 92 looks like being the best for this year. It's taken all the basics, the great graphics, the great sound effects of the first game, and made them even better. Instant replay is a must. Check it out.
It's similar to John Madden 91, but it's got a bit more of a sense of humour, and like the ambulance comes on if a player's injured and practically runs over the whole team.
Excellent. Lots of things to do. Brilliant in 2 players. Excellent in 1 player. Get it now.
28! Hut! Hut! Hut!
Next up on the Game Boy, one-on-one action as you rim and slam dunk with the best of them in NBA All-Star Basketball.
All the characters from the NBA are there. Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Patrick Ewing. Your sport for choice, really. And it really is good value.
All-Star Basketball could be a good game for you if you like one-on-one, but if you're looking for a normal game of basketball with 2 teams, then it's not worth it.
It's not basketball, it's one-on-one, run about, run up to the basket, throw the ball, and that's it.
Finally, on the Amiga, thrill to the sound of Leather on Willow and the feel of a googly or two in Graham Gooch cricket.
I'm a big cricket fan and I like the idea of a cricket simulation, but somehow I don't think Graham Gooch cricket really does the sport full justice.
From what I've seen, it's just stand in the middle of the pitch, wiggle the joystick or the mouse, and hope for the best. Not what I'd call demanding.
And finally, it's time to announce the winners of our GamesMaster Golden Goals competition on Kickoff 2. We were completely swamped with entries from all you out there who have scored in more spectacular fashion than I have in the past. We picked out what we consider to be the 3 best, and here they are in reverse order. In 3rd place, Simon Reynolds from Harlow. A lovely long deep ball from midfield finds Arnold on the left. He takes it steadily into the middle and unleashes a left foot rocket into the corner of the net. In 2nd place, Ian Hollenby from North London. Butragueno picks up a through ball, dribbles past one player, sends the goalie the wrong way and the crowd into rapture. But the winner, who will receive 2 tickets to the Rumbelows Cup final with a delightful move from his own penalty area, is Robert Moss from Hertfordshire. Teasing Toshak shows one side of the ball, then the other, sends the defence into disarray and drills the ball home with a deadly display of finishing. Well done, Robert. For more information about anything on the programme, you can call the GamesMaster Club. We'll give you the number at the end of the show.
Now we go on to our celebrity challenge, and here to detail it, once again, is the GamesMaster.
Hello again. For the second challenge this week, I thought we might take the liberty of indulging in a spot of boxing. The game I've chosen is Final Blow. And your task, oh dare I say it, is simply to pummel your opponent into submission as quickly as possible. Adding to the building stuff indeed. So keep your guard up, keep your punches high, and may the best man win.
And we are in for some fight tonight. We have 2 very tough contenders for the title. Our first contender is Gary Wilson from Aldershot, and he'll be taking on former British, European and World Featherweight Champion, the Cloness Cyclone, Barry McGuigan. Welcome to GamesMaster, lads.
Domonik.
Now, Gary, if I could turn to you first, how confident are you for this fight? Have you been training hard?
Yeah, I'm quite confident. I've been training really hard, you know, up at 6 every morning, taking the steroids every day.
Okay, well, let's see what your opponent has to say. It is Gary. Barry, you're a bit of a games player yourself, aren't you?
I'm a bit of a pretender. I think Gary here is a bit of an expert, but I've had this game for a while and I've got a Sega. My son's got a Sega at home and we've been playing it together. Unfortunately, he's been knocking me out all the time.
Okay, well, let's have a good clean fight and come out boxing. If you'd like to take your seats in the hot seat, and we're about to start. Well, we can taste the tension here at ringside. Will the young pretender from Aldershot tame the Cloness Cyclone? For this and many other brutal climaxes, please join us after the break. Welcome back to GamesMaster. If you've just joined us, the tension here is intense, as young Gary Wilson from Aldershot attempts to take on the might of Barry McGuigan in a fearsome boxing contest. With me at ringside to help commentate is Tom Watson from Renegade. Tom, how do you see the fight going tonight?
Well, it's very much an all-action game, Final Blow. Spoken to both the contestants. I know they're really looking forward to it. I think that's what we'll see on the screen.
Okay, great. Are our 2 contestants ready? Then come out boxing. So we have young Gary Wilson in the blue shorts playing from left to right, Barry McGuigan in the red shorts playing from right to left. And McGuigan starting off with some punches to the body, some fearsome body blows from McGuigan there. Wilson, will he be able to take it? He's been tested now, but he's punching back at McGuigan.
If we look below the players, we'll pick up the energy bars. They're both going down about equally at the moment, Domonik. It's fairly even.
Okay, but McGuigan's picking him off with some jabs there, a nice left-right hook.
He needs to get that guard up around his head, protect his head.
Oh, he's taking a lot of the chin. Wilson's boy chin's been severely tested.
It's going to go on that way. This is brutal.
And McGuigan's not stopped. McGuigan's in with the right-left combination again, and Wilson's down count, but he's up quickly from
up after 2. His energy tops up just that little bit after a count.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
But he really needs to get his hands up around his head if he wants to protect himself against this.
Right, but he's dishing out the punishment now. Oh, and that's McGuigan down for a standing count. What an evenly matched fight, Tom.
Well, McGuigan's taking it. He's taking a count of 5. And he's going back towards the ropes. Wilson, but Wilson's taking something close to the head. It really does come down to that guard.
McGuigan's
down again.
But he's up from that one, and it's the end of the round. End of the first round, seconds out, round 2. And Wilson started as he needs to go on. He's McGuigan.
These rounds are only a minute long, but I don't think the fighters are going to last the second. I think it'll be settled here.
No, Wilson's they're dishing out evenly here.
McGuigan's in trouble. He's down.
And is he going to get up from this one, Tom?
I think it looks all over to me, Domonik. It looks all over.
I think the young Wilson lad is beating up the corner cycle, and he's not going to get up from this one.
That's it, Gary Wilson.
Wilson has won. Congratulations, Gary. We in the commentary box thought you were out of the fight. You were knocked down very, very early, but somehow you managed to pull back.
Yeah, I thought I was out too, but, you know, basically I thought, got to go down with the fight, so I jumped in, the old 5 buttons blazing, and come out on top.
Commiserations to the loser now. Barry, like we say, we thought it had gone the way of most of your fights. You had the measure of your man from the start, but then it slipped away.
I thought I had him in the first round there. I had him down. I got a bit overconfident, and I got cocky, and I got caught. Bang, the fight was over.
Okay, now, Gary, as the winner, you get the most coveted prize in television. Our very own Oscar, the GamesMaster Golden Joystick. Okay, thank you very much to Gary Wilson and our gallant loser, Barry McGuigan. If you want to be as good a player as Gary, you can either practice hard into the wee small hours or look out for exclusive tips and cheats from everybody's favourite agony uncle, the GamesMaster.
Hello, GamesMaster.
Welcome to my kingdom.
In Metal Gear, I keep getting lost in the maze zones. Is there an easy way out?
Mazes. I'm rather partial to a maze or two. You simply need to explore, young man. Then memorize the correct route. If I remember correctly, now let me see. Left, up, then left will enable you to get through this particular maze zone and progress to the following buildings.
Thank you very much.
Well, please don't get lost. And I think we have someone now coming up.
Hello, GamesMaster.
Hello to you, young man.
In Mega Man 2, I'm having real trouble killing Dr. Wily in his alien form. Can you help me?
Yes, I'm sure I can. Quite obviously, dear boy, you're not using the bubble lead. Only by using the bubble lead can you dispose of Dr. Willy when he's in the alien form.
All right, I'll try that, thanks.
We have one more today, I think. I wonder who it is.
Hello, GamesMaster. I always get killed by the Blue Lobster whenever I play The Revenge of Shinobi. How can I kill him?
Well, you need to show a little initiative, young man. When you enter the chamber, jump onto the left-hand wall. Then, as he attacks and lowers his sword, you need to jump, somersault, and shoot. If you repeat this procedure a number of times, you will overcome this villainous shellfish.
Thank you very much.
Well, you will find it really does have results. And I think that's enough little tidbits for 1 week. Heed my advice until we meet again.
Now for our final challenge, let's see what GamesMaster has planned.
Ninja warriors have been conspicuous by their absence from the programs to date, so I've decided to put that right with Shadow Dancer. Your task is to guide the warrior and his faithful hound through the 2nd and 3rd levels of burning downtown Brooklyn in 2.5 minutes without losing a life. You will need to rescue all 11 hostages before destroying the reptilian end-of-level guardian. So keep your wits about you and don't trust anybody.
To add a cheeky little twist to this challenge, our competitor has never seen the game before. The reason for this is that we think he's quite good enough, but we have a games-playing legend for you now. Sega European Games Playing Champion, Danny Curley. Welcome to GamesMaster, Curly. Now, tell us, how did you become Sega European Champion?
Well, Sega sponsored a big national tour and held heats in every city of the country. So I just entered and I won the heats, which sent me to the final.
Now, you must practice a lot. How many hours a day do you spend playing games?
Well, recently it's been 10 hours a day because I've got a job at Tech software company where they program computer games as a game tester.
Oh, brilliant. That must be the perfect job for you then.
Yeah, it is.
OK, if you'd like to sit yourself down in the game-playing chair, we'll get ready to start. And joining me in the pulpit is Sega expert Neil West. Now, Neil, you've seen Curly play a lot of times. How do you fancy his chances on Shadow Dancer?
It's going to be tough. The trouble with Shadow Dancer is you only take one hit and you die. There's no energy meter.
Right.
But if anyone can do it, Curly's the man.
OK, Danny, are you ready? Then begin the challenge. And off Danny goes.
OK, now the first thing he's got to watch out for is these rocks falling from above. Not only are the ninjas, warriors and other things out to get you, but there's also an earthquake going on.
Oh dear, OK, was that one hostage he's rescued?
That's one hostage gone. If you look at the bottom, down in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, you'll see how many are there now? 5 little dots. That indicates that he's got to rescue 5 more hostages before the level's over. Out comes another warrior through the glass. Here we go, here's the earthquake. You can expect this sort of thing happening all the time. The floor will open up, walls will crash open, things will fall from above. He's really got to keep on his toes.
OK, so Curly negotiated that gaping chasm there. Oh, there's some more rocks, but he's safely got past that. And this boy really has taken into this game like a duck to water, Neil.
He really is a pro if ever there was one. Right, like a ninja to an emergency.
OK, now, oh my word, someone just leaped through that window there. Obviously one driving a Volvo.
OK, that's another hostage rescued. Only one more to go. Now, he hasn't used his dog. If he holds down the fire button,
oh, but he's completed first level. Well done, Danny. He's against the end-of-level Guardian here now. This is where it starts getting very tough.
Certainly.
Oh, my word. Look at all those rocks come pouring down here.
Now, Curly, at his disposal, also has some magic. I don't know whether he's going to choose to use it or not, but it should get some hits on this guy. He seems to be doing OK.
Oh,
here we go. He's using the magic. Here we go. He can only use this once per stage, so he's obviously saved it till the end. When
oh, and he's done it!
And he's done it.
The bad guy's bought it. Now, Danny, that was absolutely staggering. I know you're European champion, but even still, you just breezed through that. Were you worried at all?
Yeah, a bit at first.
What was some of the most difficult things to overcome in the game?
The rocks that got down.
Yeah, they did sneak up on you pretty craftily there. Well, Curly, you're a legend already, but you have won the prize that even legends dream of, the Golden GamesMaster joystick! Congratulations. And a round of applause for the European Sega champion, Danny Curly! So that sterling effort brings tonight's show to a climax. It's lemon verbena for me, and join us in 7 days for another GamesMaster. Good night.
Now for those details about the GamesMaster Club. We have free t-shirts, new competitions and posters with information about the show. The number to call, and please dial carefully, is 0891 600 123. Calls are charged at 36 pence a minute off-peak and 48 pence at all other times. If you're under 18, please ask permission before making the call.
Thank you and welcome to a very sad occasion. Like Liberace, I've tinkered with my last ivory, for tonight sees the final GamesMaster in the series. Over the last 10 weeks, we've introduced television to the joys of video gaming, and we hope we've shown some people the neon delights of arcade ecstasy while satisfying the cravings of the most rampant joystick tuggers. So it is with a huge lump in my throat that I now sadly turn for the last time to the microchip man who's won a place in all your hearts, the GamesMaster.
Hello. If it flies, shoot it. That's the message for the first of this week's challenges on Duck Hunt. With your trusty hunting dog flushing out your prey, you have 3 shots to bag each pair of fleeing ducks. You will need to shoot 8 out of 10 ducks on the first level. If you're successful, you'll go on to the second level, where smaller and faster clay pigeons will replace ducks, and you'll need to hit 9 out of 10 for ultimate triumph. Go on, see if you can make my day, young man.
And trying to blast some innocent wildfowl tonight is a young trigger-happy lad from Wirral, Paul Gammon. Paul. Now, Paul, Duck Hunt is a game that most people will have on the Nintendo, so this is your big chance to show everybody how to play it. How do you feel? You confident?
No.
Well, if you'd like to take your pistol in your hand, get in position and we'll get ready to start. Here again is Jazz Rignall from Mean Machine and CNVG. Jazz, Duck Hunt, what a game.
Well, it's nearly as old as the Challenger, but it's fun and that's what counts.
Now, any initial hints you could give for this splendid game?
Well, apart from moving the gun right next to the screen so you can't miss, that's about it, I think.
Okay, well, I'm sure our challenger will bear that in mind. Are you ready, Paul? Then off you go.
He was lucky there's 3 shots at 2.
Nice solid start though, 2 out of 2. And he's got the first one. Oh, another 2 out of 2. This boy is smoking now, Jazz.
You better watch out that confidence goes to his head. And,
6 out of 6. This boy is on fire here. 7. 8. And that's
dead-eye shooting.
Safely through to the final round. He's just going to knock off these other couple of ducks just to show his prowess. And we'll just miss it. 9 out of 10 though, excellent scoring. Now we go on to the final round. Okay, so off Paul goes. He's looking for 9 out of 10 here, Jazz, on the clay pigeons. 1 gone. Oh!
He's got to hit everything now. Now this is tricky because although they go in a straight line, they don't hang about as long as the ducks, so he's got to be fairly quick.
Oh!
That was very close. He's being a bit itchy on the trigger finger. He's not following them through.
Oh! This is it! He's got 7 out of 8, these 2 to get the golden joystick. He's got 1! He's got a nice... Oh! Oh! Paul, you were so close. Jazz Rignall is in tears in the commentary box. That's how close you were. Talk me through what happened in the end.
Just got trigger happy.
Yeah, you did a bit. But have you enjoyed yourself anyway?
Yeah.
Well, we've all certainly enjoyed it here, so that's something to take back to Wirral. Thank you very much, Paul.
Okay, thanks.
So, unfortunately, it is with a heavy heart that we go on to the next stage of the programme. But if after the tenseness of that, you perhaps think that life has lost a little bit of its edge, wait till you see the 3 new games we're reviewing this week.
This week, whoops, Vicar, it's time to send Granny out of the room as we look at adult games. First up on the Amiga, Mrs. Whitehouse's favourite, Deluxe Strip Poker 2.
I can't see the pleasure in seeing these rather unattractive people when you could buy a magazine of better-looking people with no clothes on, but it's a good, fun card game, and it's good fun to get out at a party.
There are also data discs available with male characters on for all those unfortunate girlfriends and wives, so that they don't feel too left out.
When the novelties are worn off about stripping, it's actually a very good game.
Next up, also on the Amiga, inscrutable oriental puzzles with an attempt at titillation in Geisha.
teasingly titled, but actually a little bit tame at the end of the day.
You're going to be fidgeting, whether you've bought it as an adventure game or as a piece of adult entertainment. It just doesn't really deliver.
It's a fun game, a bit long and drawn out, really, to be commercially viable.
And lastly, fueling the fantasies of balding pot-bellied PC owners everywhere, Leisure Suit Larry 5.
It's really good fun. It delivers in an adult way on a humour front, and it's fairly fruity as well.
The graphics are excellent. This is a really fun and a challenging game.
Now for this week's feature, which sees the second part of our look at the new Whopper consoles. This week we cast our eyes over the one everybody's talking about, the Super Nintendo. Once again, Paul Lakin, the editor of GameZone magazine, is here to whet our appetite.
There can be few consoles that have been more eagerly awaited than the Super NES, which is being released in the spring. People have probably already seen it as a Super Famicom, which has been available on import. It's a really exciting machine with a colour palette of about over 32,000 colours and 4-layer screens, which make for some impressive 3D graphics, 3D appearing graphics. It's possibly the best machine around at the moment. The quality of the games for it's outstanding. I'd say it really lives up to its hype.
If you'd like more information about anything in the programme, you can call the GamesMaster Club. We'll give you the number at the end of the show.
Now, about this time every week, I don't half fancy a celebrity challenge. Well, this week is no different. To hear all about it, let's call up GamesMaster.
Nice to see you again. I'm flattered that you've come back to try your hand at another of my little challenges. I thought a spot of football would be rather apt for my second little jaunt, and I've chosen a game by the name of Emlyn Hughes International Soccer. A resilient and hard-tackling England side will pit their skills against the flair of Brazil over 2 90-second halves. May the best team win.
And in this fast and furious footballing encounter, young Sonny Neya from Ealing will be taking on the man who named the game, former Liverpool and England captain, Emlyn Hughes. Welcome, Sonny. Now, Emlyn, welcome. Now, this is your game. You must be the pre-match favourite.
Well, I think I'm favourite in the bookie's eyes, but I hope that the referee abandons it with all this fog about, because that's my only chance, I think.
Now, Sonny, how do you think you'll handle yourself against Crazy Horse himself?
Well, I think I play a lot of computer games at home, so I think I could do it.
OK, well, my money's on you for this game, Sonny, I think. If you'd like to take your seats in the GamesMaster Stadium, we'll get ready for kick-off. And keeping me warm and snug in the GamesMaster dugout is our very own expert, Dave Perry. Dave, welcome.
Hi.
Now, Dave, what general tips can you give to our players for this particular game?
Well, with most football simulations, the most important thing is mastering the tackling early on. And not being afraid to take the goalie on, I think, is important in this game.
OK, are our two competitors ready? OK. Then, Emlyn, kick off. And the players come onto the pitch. It's Emlyn in the white shirts playing England, playing from left to right. Sonny in the famous green and gold shirts of Brazil, playing right to left. Dave, how do you see this match going?
Well, the Brazilian side are usually a little bit faster than England early on, but England have the stamina and usually better tacklers. So I must admit, I do fancy Sonny for this game.
OK, Brazil have got the ball and he's weaving down the pitch. Sonny is, he's bucking and weaving, he's making mincemeat out of the English midfielder. Coming down the edge of the ball, he's dribbling around there. He's going to go all the way, I think. Oh, he's dispossessed by the English defence.
That must have been Emlyn there, I think, at the back. Yeah, in the England shirt.
And it looks like it's Brian Robson who's up there. Right? And Brazil have got it again. Oh, and a nasty foul there by Emlyn Hughes.
Emlyn's playing a little bit hard here, I think. Snuffing out the Brazilian skill early on.
Oh, it's a lovely ball up in the box. Brazil have got it. And they're taking it up there. We're going to see a shot. He's taking it close. Oh, Brazil have scored! For the start, and Emlyn is all over the place here. Oh, he's still got the ball, he's in the England box, he's coming up and skipping up.
Oh, no!
Certainly a crucial factor of this game so far.
Watch it, mate.
Sonny's
Watch
willingness
it.
to dribble
Cheating.
and Emlyn's inability to stop him in defence.
Now, Emlyn's got his work cut out to do.
What's my man doing? I keep losing
And
it.
Brazil have got it again from the kick-off. Oh, and here they come again towards the England box here.
And it'd be nice if England could tackle as well at some
We
point.
could see a third goal, but he's down. He said that Brazil have got it again.
I hold my hands up, I'm defeated.
It really does only seem to be one team in this, doesn't it?
So how can Emlyn get back in this game? How can he try some long passes? What does he have to do on the joystick?
I would say, for the long shot, he wants to get a bit of pace on his player, pull back on the joystick with the fire button in and let go and really hammer some at that Brazilian goal. Get some rebounds in there.
Okay, but here's Brazil in the England box again. It could be a fourth. Oh no, Brazil have got it again. It's still dangerous. It's not over yet. But England get it out of the box, but Brazil take it again. Oh, so close there, but it's not over yet. Brazil gets it. And the keeper saves it. Brazil have got it again. I can't get England defence is nowhere.
The keeper's challenging him to actually have a go, isn't he?
Brazil have got it. It's a very crowded penalty area there. And no, England have got it. They've given it away again. Very tense moment. And England get the ball away here.
It's congested in that goal, man.
And it's half-time.
Oh, they've all gone.
And the half-time score is England 0, Brazil 3. So what a breathtaking game we have here. Young Sonny from Ealing has already stuck 3 goals past Emlyn Hughes, and it's only half-time. Will Emlyn claw his way back? Join us after the break. Back to GamesMaster Stadium. Young Sonny Nair from Ealing has stuck 3 goals against Emlyn Hughes, to which Emlyn hasn't replied. Will this be a one-way traffic of a second match? Let's kick off the second half to see. So the team's going for the second half. The English players looking a bit spirited now, Dave. Perhaps they've got the bit between their teeth.
But I should think that Emlyn's given them a good talking to at half-time. They certainly can't do much worse than they did in the first half.
And Brazil have started again as they mean to go on. And he takes it up into the box. Could this be another Brazilian goal, which would surely put the game beyond doubt? But no! Oh my God, he's going the wrong way!
No.
It could be, oh my word! Footballing suicide there from the England centre-back.
I think England were told to score in the second half, but nobody told them they changed ends.
Oh, but they picked it up. Oh no, Brazilians take it back. Oh, what a lovely sliding tackle, but it's not quite good enough. Oh my word!
Is it a penalty?
Be a penalty?
Yes.
Oh, and it's a penalty to Brazil.
Could make it.
And they take it. Oh, what a save!
He doesn't know where it is. No! No!
My word! That was absolutely unbelievable. The ball was in the net, then it wasn't, then it was in again. Well, that's football for you, Dave.
It's a funny old game.
It certainly is. And unfortunately, it's not a game with 2 halves, because this half's going the same way as the first.
It's the same as...
Brazil 4-0 up. It looks like it's current for England here. Brazil get the ball
again. It doesn't like it's current. I'm not even convinced there's a goal at the other end of the screen, actually.
And Brazil have got the ball.
Oh, they ganged up on him then. They were determined for that one.
I don't think we've seen one pass in the game from England.
We haven't seen a pass from either team, I don't think. It's been a purely dribbly game.
Oh, Brazil have got the ball. There could be another one. What a save by the goalie.
No,
no, but it's not yet. It could be. Oh, my word. 5-0, and this is probably the worst England defeat since 1973, by my reckoning, Dave.
I think so, yeah.
Now, Kubi just got one last goal. Oh, and there's a little bit of a
bionic
fracas.
man run in the middle of the field there from the England side.
A little fracas in the middle. England have got the ball.
He's going away again.
Oh, no, and it would be so nice to see them get a goal.
Familiar sight again.
But they're not going to get it as seconds. They're taking it away. Are England going to get
it? Great save again.
And there's only seconds left in this match. This is the final charge of the game from England, and it's going to end in nothing.
The ref's looking at his watch, I think.
And his game is over. There it is. The final whistle goes. Brazil 5, England 0. Emlyn has been trounced by Sonny.
He was dead jammy there.
Emlyn, commiserations, Emlyn. Some nice charging runs up the middle, but you couldn't get the ball in the back of the net.
Couldn't get the ball in the net. They were too good for me, Brazil, and especially this little lad. He had a brilliant match.
You did, Sonny. 5-0, bit of a trouncing against Emlyn. How do you think you won?
Just attacking him.
And attacking him, you certainly did. 5 triumphant times. Well, listen, Sonny, By beating Emlyn, you have won the most famous prize in television, our special golden GamesMaster joystick! Okay, so let's have another round of applause for our winner, Sonny Nair, and our gallant loser, Emlyn Hughes! Now, while I take a little breather after that hectic encounter, let's find out the latest tips and cheats in GamesMaster's Consultation Zone.
Hello, GamesMaster.
Welcome to my kingdom. Very sadly, we are coming to the end of the series, and you're one of the very last 3 who can take advantage of my advice. So, how can I help you?
I can't get through the Lost Woods in Zelda. Can you help me?
Ah, Zelda, one of my favorites, so full of surprises. There's only one way through the Lost Woods, young man. Up. Left. Down. Then left again. You can then proceed to the next part of the game.
Thank you very much.
You'll find it quite easy. Right, next up, please.
Hello, GamesMaster.
Hello, and what can I do for you?
On Shadow Dancer, I keep getting killed trying to get to the top of the Statue of Liberty. Can you help me?
Oh, dear young man. You know, I hate to say this, but you really do seem to be rather lacking in ability. All you need to do is to keep to the right-hand side of the platform as it rises, for then you can dispose of the ninjas as they appear to the left. By doing that, you'll reach the top of the Statue of Liberty in no time. It really is quite that simple, you know.
Oh, cheers.
Well, I wish you all success. And now we come to our very last visit to my kingdom.
Hello, GamesMaster. I've been playing Rag Gravity for absolutely ages, and I still can't find the crystal bombs. Could you tell me where they are, please?
Oh, dear. Let me think. The crystal bombs in Rag Gravity. Bear with you 1 second. Oh, yes. If I recall correctly, the crystal bombs are in Varnia. Yes, Varnia, that's right. After you drop down the shaft, you will need to use the energy discs to fly under the hole in the roof. If you then jump up and go to your right, you will find the secret room which contains the bombs. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, thanks a lot.
Well, I'm glad it does, but I fear that brings our little get-together to a close. I do hope that some of the advice I've imparted will serve to enhance your game-playing performances.
Now, for our final challenge, let's see what GamesMaster's got planned.
I fear this may be the last of our little get-togethers, a melancholy moment indeed. No matter. I have a highly amusing, if rather macabre, little number with which to finish off the series. It's called Decap Attack. You will need to guide a headless personage by the name of Chuck D. Head through the first 2 levels of the game in less than 2 minutes. A stern time challenge. Whatever you do, don't lose your head.
Now, we may be featuring the first 2 levels of this game, but 2 minutes is a very tricky time limit indeed. Attempting to sprint his way through this game challenge is John Beveridge from Hastings. Now, John, this is a very tough game. How long have you been practicing?
I've had the game about a week, so I've had quite a bit of practice.
Right, that's right. I hear you're a bit of an expert, but it's a very tough time challenge, 2 minutes. Are you confident?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, that's good to see. If you'd like to sit down, get your joystick in your hand, and we'll get ready to play.
Okay.
And helping to keep me moist and fluffy in the pulpit tonight is Neil West from Sega Power. Welcome back, Neil.
Hi, Dominic.
Now, any tips you can give John for the game?
Well, you didn't underestimate it when you said that 2 minutes was very, very tough. There's lots of things to pick up, but the one thing he's got to make sure he gets is the head. He can then pick that up and chuck it at his enemies.
Right.
Very useful indeed.
Okay then, John, are you ready? Then your 2 minutes begin now.
Off he goes. Yeah, he did the right thing. He went straight to the statue, smashed it open and got himself his extra head.
And now he can throw that at his enemies, and that's why it's called Chuck D. Head.
That's why. Sega joke number 1.
OK, well, he's zooming through these levels incredibly fast. He's jumping over a lot of them. Is that quicker?
Yeah, that's the best idea. He can get all sorts of good things by killing baddies.
Oh, my word. I must interrupt you, Neil. What a lovely little spike he jumped on there.
That was excellent. Yeah, it's a bouncing pole. If he grabs hold of that, he can catapult himself all over the level. And those little boxes there. If he jumps on top of those, it gets catapulted.
OK, just over 30 seconds gone, little over a quarter of the way through the challenge. He's doing very well, Neil.
He's doing very well indeed. As you said, he's not taking time out to beat the baddies, he's jumping over them. That's a lot quicker. He's got the right idea there.
And he can go very fast indeed here. And here he comes towards the end of the first level. Halfway through the challenge.
No problem.
And that's 50 seconds gone, but it's going to take a bit of time to change over, leaving himself just over a minute, Neil. Can he do it?
Yes, he can. He hasn't taken a hit. He's still got his head and everything's going great. As long as he keeps this up, he should just do it.
OK, now these arrow things are giving him further jumping power.
They are, but he's got his head, and he can chuck that back and it comes back like a yo-yo. Very useful indeed. Now, level 2's a lot trickier than level 1, and the only thing he's got to worry about, really, is losing his head. If he loses that, he'll be in big trouble, but he's doing OK so
OK,
far.
45 seconds left here. It's going to be very, very close, but I think he's going to do it, Neil, at the
He
moment.
took a bit of time there. He missed the jump, so he had to go back and do it again. That must have wasted him a good 5 seconds.
Right, well, he's got just over 30 seconds left here. I see he jumped on a skull there to get up, and oh, no, he's been hit once and he's lost his head.
He's lost his head. That's going to be a big problem. He now can't afford to take any hits whatsoever, and it's also going to find it a lot tougher killing the baddies.
And he's punching through those blocks. These arrows are shooting him up there. 20 seconds left here. He's shooting up those walls again.
That bouncing through the blocks is very clever. That was a very neat shortcut. He's going to make it.
And he just done it, yes! With 12 seconds left, John has completed the challenge.
We have a winner.
Well done, John. Now, John, you haired through those levels here, but you came a little bit unstuck in the second one. You took a hit, you lost your head. Were you worried at all?
No, not really. I knew I was near the end, so...
Right, and you did it with 12 seconds to spare. It was incredibly good. And as a result of this, being one of our games playing champions, you win the prize that cannot be priced, our golden GamesMaster joystick. And a round of applause again for our champion, John Beverly. And tragically, that brings GamesMaster to a final close. So for the last time, I slip on my smoking jacket and take a melancholy mug of rosehip. And I can only wish that one day we'll resume our blossoming relationship. Good night. Now for those details about the GamesMaster Club. We have free t-shirts, new competitions and posters with information about the show. The number to call, and please dial carefully, is 0891 600 123. Calls are charged at 36 pence a minute off-peak and 48 pence at all other times. If you're under 18, please ask permission before making the call.